All right, welcome, joining us, the ill-fated, as they come into their session 27.
Hey.
We're almost to the big 3-0.
Yeah, that's actually
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It gets high up in the numbers, and then you start realizing how much time you've actually put into it, and then you get a little like crusty and old yourself, and the way you talk about the game, just like, oh, just playing this game so long, so old. And then
Back
you
in
talk
my
about
day.
like back in my day, and you talk about how much you've accomplished, and you're like, whoa, we might not have accomplished a whole lot.
Back when
With
we
this
were
quote,
in
please.
In the
Buddy,
good
yeah,
old
this group's
days.
flying
High Rock.
through shit.
Yeah.
Back in High Rock when we almost killed Palu.
Back in my day.
Don't give us another
Fuck
360
Taylor.
house puzzle. We'll be there for another 3 hours.
I mean, I think we've sort of gotten over the crippling arguing, but
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
Don't
know.
speak too soon.
Yeah.
Um.
Zep's not here right now, so that usually helps it.
Oh,
So right now, where we are at, we are on the river. We have ported to essentially rest. I'm gonna make sure the time clock is set. I had to get the daylight when I was doing some of the walls so I can see. So when it gets dark in this Foundry, it gets real dark.
Holy shit.
So we're at the night, right? We have yet to actually go to sleep and whatnot in their respective spaces. Some people might have retired if they want to. You can just simply go to your spaces and retire. But we have port because we are on our way to Norfolk. We're on our way to the marshes, right? We're heading in that direction. That's where our quest is taking us. Our journey is taking us. And one of the things, our first stop was Altar of Flowers. You're going to take like the north, right? And you're talking about that, taking the north side of the marshes and kind of hooking around and doing some exploration and understanding based on some of the stories and things you've overheard from characters back at Fort Farron. Talk about this place as well as a party member that accompanies you. Is a large adventure wilderness type area, right? There's a lot of things, there's a lot of dynamics, and so you kind of have to put your ducks in a row, so to speak, so you're not just walking in there blind. So right now, we've configured Herbert, the Pocket Cottage, has transformed and essentially taken time to create this. We're not going to get into the the realistic aspect of that. Simply just it changes something different, and so there is a halfling that was peeking around the cottage here. And seemed to be starved, hungry, right? They were very frightened and afraid, and they had fell unconscious. They literally had fainted from fright, and so they just passed out from being afraid. And it's inside of the cottage at current. It's kind of laid out. They smell of strong, like a fish ammonia type smell. They also have an undertinge of being soiled for a long period. They seem to have been without food for a large extended period as well. So this halfling is not in a fantastic of shape, right, health wise. In addition to mental health too. So they are unconscious. As you can see about the map, some of you have your respective kind of rooms that you sent over to me in design. For the rest of you, you can just kind of pick a space and make it. You can even make it your own too if you want to role play that out. That there's things in there. But again, it's really, this place is just a temporary pocket space to rest and to have kind of a housing or structure that's kind of unveiling itself, and we can always add things to it. So I'm going to create some ambiance based on the fireplace that's in the room. There's not much else going on right now except for the water that's outside. So a little bit of a stream sound. I'll turn that down as well when I start it up. But yeah.
I'm gonna use prestidigitation to clean this halfling as much off as I can using that spell. I don't know what the limits of it are.
For the next 6 hours. Buff the halfling.
Okay. The limitations are, as the limitations for prestidigitation are honestly how much time you're going to take, and specific. You can't just like hit them all at once. So you kind of have to take your time in kind of prestidigitation. But eventually, the smell's gone. They're clean, right? It's almost like magical scrubbing, right?
Scrubbing bubbles.
Right, you get like little buckets and things out magically now. So you are able to get them clean and whatnot, but the stains and some of the other things in their clothes a little bit persisting. You know, you get to a point where the smell's gone, they look okay, presentation wise, if they're still passed out from fright.
Okay. I would walk over to Maldor and be like, should I read this guy's mind? Do you think it's worth it?
I don't know if there's anything useful in there, honestly. It sounds a bit rattled. I suppose you might get more useful information while he's unconscious and not panicking than you did when he was awake. You also could just get purple bunnies.
I don't know. Let's see. And I'll use one of my second level spell slots to cast Detect Thoughts on him and then go as deep as I can.
Okay. So you're using detect thoughts here and try to get as kind of in kind of control and see as far as you can kind of go down. As you pierce into the mind of the halfling here, there's almost like this repetitive thoughts and motions to their mind of fright and fear, particularly from undead creatures. And as you continue to pierce back that veil, you're actually brought into that this halfling is from Norfolk. You're almost in a sea of different halfling people in a small, tiny fishing village with single-story structures with straw thatching, with kind of weathered wood and decayed doors, and very dire need of repair. And like a fog is like rolled in, and they're kind of crying out and screaming and kind of making way for inside of their structures. This particular halfling was inside of a fish shack and was like looking out with the central point of this fish shack. There was like kind of salt curing tables and other sorts of ways to prepare and kind of cure fish and barrel them inside of this kind of little shack that they use. And so this halfling was kind of looking outside of the cracks of the door with the sounds of large hulking figures that moaned and groaned, kind of crushing into the ground, came walking in to the village. And then you began to hear what sounded almost like shrieks, which are very similar to what you experienced from a particular individual that was commanding the horde. And as the halfling continues to peek out into the fog, you can see the same armored, kind of ogre-like figures. You can just make out what resembles a horse nearly on fire with the same armored figure of that commander that was fought by Lucar. And now you see what almost resembles exactly like Thanos, as they're in black cloaked robes, similar face and eyes and ear structures. They are the same race as Thanos, the longbows, crossbows at the side, manacles and chains, as the large hulking figures begin to bash in the doors, ripping apart the roofs. The rangers begin to manacle the halflings, chaining them up, linking them together. Those that resist, grabbed by the meaty hands of the ogres, either crushed, stomped on, or brought back to the rangers to be chained appropriately. Upon doing that, the halfling that you are perceiving walked away from the door, alone in the shack, and then hit into the curing table, making a noise. As they got underneath the table, they opened a small trap door and went underneath. Essentially an area that was riddled with mud and muck. It's not a cellar. It's just the underdwelling underneath the shack that they sometimes use for extra storage. The rain had been particularly harsh. The conditions were direct mud. They began to ferociously put themselves into it and just hide inside of the mud. Then the creature through the floorboards, the same commander of the horde, stomping and looking around and inside of the shack, and a couple minutes, and then walks out. This halfling did not leave the shack until the horde that you all faced had passed through. On the horde passing through, they then began to stumble out, confused and bewildered, tired, afraid, and hungry. Began to eat some of the rations of the dried and cured fish, and then began to walk along the riverside, aimed maybe to get to Fort Farron or something. But from their mind, it seems that they were just aimlessly walking.
So as soon as I'm done with that, I'll explain pretty much everything I see in the dream, and then look around for Thanos because he's invisible. And
First
be
in the
like,
ring.
Thanos, where you at?
I'm over here by the door. The main door.
I saw someone that looked just like you. Were you one of many?
There were quite a few. As I said, they were very interested in pregnant fae. I believe that's how we were created.
Why do you think they would take all these halflings?
Where do
That
you think the
I
undead come from?
true.
Well, I don't want him to wake up and run away. I mean, we should probably send him to Fort Farron in the morning. Do you
Sure
want
he's
to?
capable of making it there on his own. In his state.
It's probably true. I don't know. Do you want to take watches and make sure he doesn't run away, or let him do whatever? What's the plan here?
I can watch him. I'll see if I can't talk some sense into him in the morning.
Yeah, I thought we already had watches scheduled out.
Right. Yeah, I
think we
forgot.
were halfway through when he showed up and was
Mm-hmm.
messing around with the doors.
Okay. Well, I need to go to bed soon, but I figured I'd check and see what was up. It looks
Well, I
like.
believe it's mine and
that-
your watch now.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, either way, it looks like that village is gone. I don't think there's anyone left. Looks like they ran through it before they came to the fort, basically.
Since the recruitment drive of sorts.
Maybe he would be interested in joining us to free his friend.
Late
Don't
snoring.
think he has
We
the
go to
heart
sleep.
for it.
I don't.
He seems resourceful, given the story. Self-preservation is an invaluable skill.
Also, he goes into a panic every time he sees you. That could be a problem.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if I don't want to be seen, you won't see me. It's fine. He'll be okay.
Tegan goes, I think I'm going to take this room. Good night, everybody. He's going to close the door and lock it.
Did he just jack Varys' room?
He
Is that
just
what I
takes
saw?
his room, yeah.
I'm gonna cast knock on the door to unlock it.
It is
Son of a
very
bitch.
rude to
Get outta
interrupt
here.
someone when they're about to sleep.
He's already
Get
butt naked.
Get out of here.
Fine.
Tell Herbert
Tegan,
to
if
make
you
a
need
room.
a
how you
room-
want.
You can sleep in my room. There's plenty of animal furs on the floor.
Yeah, Tegan,
I
it's
think
not
I'd
that
probably
your
rather sleep under the table.
it's not that your room can't have a bed and other things in it. It's just I didn't want to build up the rooms to be anything. So if you want to always role
No, I
play,
just
that
didn't
the
know.
room is
I
full of
tried to
beds.
open one of the doors and they were locked, so I just figured I'd
Oh.
fuck with Varys.
Oh no, I unlocked all the doors now. Yeah. I got to.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Your room is the Imaginarium. It can be anything you want it to be.
Very homey. I'll go
Tegan,
sleep in
taking
my
the center
metaphorical
room.
bed.
Homie. Do you live in a crack
Tegan
house?
is the center of attention. Imagine.
But seriously, before he walks in, he'll just turn around and say, listen, if he wakes up, just come get me. I'll fucking try to calm him down, I guess.
All right.
Strike him upon the head.
I'll go sit on the couch and start my watch. And I'll roll the Tome of the Beholder.
What are we looking for now?
He's gonna gamble all night while he waits.
Let me see. What do I wanna look for?
Big money, big money, big money.
I thought I was gonna look for Pulse Wave, but turns out I've already looked for it and not gotten it. So we'll look. What are we looking for here? We will look for.
What a Luke's scintillating sphere.
What is that?
A spell.
We'll look for Psychic Lance.
Psychic Lance. Interesting. All right, give me a roll.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
fucking
not
bitch.
there. I can't believe you have the worst luck on that. Yo, that's crazy. This
Do
is
you have
like
a career record? Like what's the record
I-
right now? I feel like you're like 2 for 14.
Do have them all marked down. Well, I had like 3 that I didn't get, but didn't know how to edit the item at the time.
Yeah, no. So I've been kind of keeping track on my notes here. So he's about 20%.
Oof.
Something that should be 50.
That's
Is what the probability is
remarkably
right now.
bad.
So remarkably bad because it should be 50%. So he's about 30 below the threshold right now. So you better be rolling like for the next ones. We gotta be seeing some success. So
It's because he
But-
rolls
I
so.
want to see limited wish and wish. And like,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's all based on probability. It's a 50-50 shot. That's literally all it
It
is.
just doesn't like
It's
me.
because he keeps
Okay.
rolling so well on Firebolt.
Ooh yeah.
All right,
Wasting-
yeah.
Wasting your math.
We'll
Yeah.
do Melf's Minute Meteors as well.
Oh, Melf's minute meteors.
Yes.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that one.
Yeah, that's always a good one.
Nope.
Not there.
Man, this beholder didn't know shit. He was faking it.
Yeah.
I feel like this book just has a bunch of blank pages at the back to make it look like an actual spell book.
Yeah.
It's got like 5 pages.
All
in
right,
front
Melf's my
with
new
spells on it.
meteor. Oh, Melf's my new meteor. Turn the page. You suck.
The spells are there. You just have to have a 4-foot wide eyeball to be able to see them.
And then I'll do another one just for shits and giggles. I'll do
You gotta go until you get one.
Which one?
divination.
Divination, 100%, bro. That's
It's
so right.
there.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Koji, divination. You're right up the alley. Wow, there it is. Divination's in there.
And then I'll use whatever time on my watch that I'm awake to start putting it in my spell book.
Oh yeah, it's gonna take a while, so for sure.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a couple hours on it. Okay. So at this point, I'm gonna advance the day. You're gonna get an error. I'm lagging out. Just 1 second. I'm back.
Uh-oh.
There he goes.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait. I'm back.
Oh,
Dang.
Oh.
Everybody turn your fucking face cams off.
Oh no. We're good. Bico lag. I'm back. I'm good now. Okay. The stream doesn't even like really drop a whole lot of frames. It's really interesting. So it's really just like upload cameras. But okay. I'm gonna advance the time clock. When I do this, you're gonna have an error most likely come through, and that's because of the new day. So just be forewarned. You do not have permission to change the time clock. So what are you doing? And through your rests and exchanging your shifts, right? This is something that can be done, through the night. The halfling doesn't wake up, still unconscious, and comes to the hours of the morning. Still have the fireplace ever going, never really runs out, providing that warmth inside of the cottage. You have the lighting effect from some of the chandeliers on the kind of ceiling heights, the open exposed rafters in these rooms. That's providing light within the spaces. And you have the sounds of the river fast moving on the outside. You look out the windows, you can see that the boats or the doors, or you can see that the boats have not changed, right? They're still put upon the beachhead there. And at this kind of point, the halfling slowly, as you all kind of arise and maybe make your way out to get your breakfast or do what you need to do in your rooms here before you are making your way out, the halfling is beginning to awake, right? They're slowly kind of arising and opening their eyes.
I'm gonna take that as my opportunity to leave.
I'm just gonna have a glass of, or like my water skin ready, and I'm just gonna be down on a knee right in front of him as he wakes up.
Gonna dump it on him.
Looks around. Where am I?
It's okay. Hey, look at me. Calm down. Have some water. All right. You're safe. It's the most important thing. You're safe.
Takes the water and drinks it all. Thank you. Oh,
You're welcome.
I'll kind of like softly yell out, "I cleaned you with some magic over the night. Do you feel any better?"
Say it that way. It sounds creepy.
I didn't touch you.
what?
I'll to get up and show him. I'll get up, toss some dirt on the floor, and then prestidigitation it away. I did that.
So sorry. Oh.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen.
triggered
Listen.
him.
I am a wizard.
He's a friendly wizard. Okay. You're amongst friends.
The friendly neighborhood wizard.
My name is Tegan. It's nice to meet you. What's your name?
Tegan, I'm Reuben Tumblerot.
Of course
No
you are.
way.
He's fucking. It's a good thing Thanos is gone.
Ruben, it's very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you all. Looks.
We've met your family. Some of the other Tumblerots.
Oh, you've met my cousins. Wonderful.
Yep. Is that where you were heading? To go meet them?
Honestly, I don't know. I think so. Haven't really lined up quite well the past time.
How long you been on your own?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
The mist.
Months maybe.
Oh, you're right. I'll walk over to Maldor and kind of sit down and be like, "Were you fighting that mist when we fought in the battle? I don't remember.
Towards the end, yes.
How come we're not affected?"
I suspect the storms may have something to do with it. That's some chosen nonsense.
We do need to get going, but we need to figure out what he's going to do.
You all have food. I'm hungry.
Yep, come sit at the table. We
We
have
had like 47 pounds of dried fish or something.
yeah, we have some dried fish.
Where'd you get the dried fish from?
Also from your cousins.
Your cousin, yeah.
Oh, Stilton.
Yep.
Yeah, fair. They
Tumblerot
smoke the
there.
fish. At Norfolk, we salt the fish. It's just a different way of preserving the fish, but all in all, makes for a good fish.
Good to hear.
Breakfast of champions.
You wouldn't happen to be able to lead us to Norfolk, would you?
Oh, I'm not going back there. No, I'm never going back to Norfolk.
There's not much left from what I saw.
Well, no, there isn't anybody left at all. They're all gone. Everyone.
Can I ask you a question? and I'll pull out the black gemstone. Have you ever seen anything that looks like this?
Oh. Well, not me personally, no, but Trisha has.
Who's Trisha?
Well, Trisha is I would probably say she's my girlfriend, but you know, I think others in the village would say I'm just crazy. That Trisha's this beautiful elven princess that comes from the marshes. Spoke quite often at the riverbank. She described an amulet that some matriarch wears. Same description as that.
Matriarch, like of the frog people?
Oh no, this person was no frog. She's beautiful.
No, not her. The person that wears it.
Sounds like
Oh,
the Lady Trillia that Thanos spoke of. If I had to guess.
the person who wears it, I don't know. I don't know who Matriarch. I mean, all I know is that Trisha is referred to as Salinar. I'm not sure if that means anything to you lot. It doesn't mean anything to me. All I knew them as is Trisha from the marshes. She would talk to me about the outside world, and I would tell her what I knew, and she was always very curious about it. We even talked
Have we
about
heard
maybe
that
running
name
away
before?
for a little while.
That was the druids that maintained the towers.
Oh.
The
Okay.
The Salinar are the tree worshippers.
Right.
The bad
The tree that doesn't
They-
exist.
They had
Yeah.
worshipped a tree that the Thixians thought did not exist. They referred to them
Right.
as unnatural.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going into the marshes. Is there something we can help you with so that you can get back to Fort Farron? Like, do you need some food to take with you?
Food would be nice, yes. That'd be wonderful.
And I guess how much fish did we have? I don't remember.
12
It was,
pounds.
it was like a dozen pounds.
Yeah, I'll give him a pound of fish.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. Go quite well on the journey. I know how to get to Fort Farron. It's just down the road.
Try
Be
to
careful.
avoid the fog if we can.
The fog? Is it coming?
No, but it messes with your mind. That's likely why you are confused about your
Oh,
time.
maybe. Suppose.
We need to get going, and this house is about to fold up into a box, so
What?
we need to step out.
It's a house of blocks.
More magic stuff. I'm
Oh,
quite powerful.
all right.
Do you think that's air you're breathing?
Air. Oh, you all are. very
Also,
powerful,
this
it
one's from a place where you can fly. Just because you can.
To be fair, you can fly here if you have the talent. Or wings.
I'm just a fishing folk. I don't know of these things.
Also, I can talk to anything.
Oh wait, I didn't take a long rest.
Even
Listen-
Tegan didn't take a long rest.
I did not.
And wasn't
Was I
looking at
supposed
this
to?
one.
Yeah, we took to the next day, so you
Yeah,
rested.
we were.
And honestly, Lucar, you shouldn't be high right now unless you smoked up.
Right. He never stopped.
I know they're fatty.
He's been smoking the entire
Luke,
time.
Luke, I'm just gonna leave it on you.
Like,
Just zoom in.
Steven.
Oh yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm flying too.
We had a theory that being blazed on that stuff would prevent the fog from messing with our head. I think he's testing it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, but this, you know what? Who am I to take away his excuse to smoke? But before we leave the cabin, I'll just take my dagger out and go ahead and give it to him and say, "You might need this." So
Handle first.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take it and fish. And if you're going into the fog, to the marshes, find Trisha. Tell her I love her.
Indeed.
Yep.
Where was it specifically that you encountered her usually? You said you had conversations.
Well, she would come out of the marshes to Norfolk. She would talk
Near
with me.
Norfolk.
And I'll pull out our map and be like, "Can you show me about where it would be?"
Well, it's just on the southern riverbank or the western. It depends. Trisha would just
Okay.
find me.
Thank you for all your help.
Of course. Thank you for the food and dagger. I will see you all later.
Yeah.
Reuben makes way outside of the cottage.
He's probably going to die.
No, come on. He should.
one less tumble rot, the world will be okay.
He seemed all right.
Oh, he's gone. Thank God.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I was in my room. I can see in or out, but
Oh,
you guys can't see in, so
right.
it's fine. It's great.
Yeah, real creepy, Thanos. Real creepy.
I mean, it's on brand.
Would you expect anything less?
No, I wouldn't. That's the problem.
All right. Well, we need to get moving. Let's get back to our canoes. Hey, Zeph, can you get Herbert to close this thing up?
Just kick it.
Closes it up.
What if I don't want him to close it up?
Holy shit! Where'd Lucar go?
Oh my God! Herbert ate Lucar.
Yeah.
Lucar's like, I'm either really high or a house just got taken out from underneath my feet.
I'm either really high or I'm really high.
Oh, I'm really high right now.
Oh,
No, it's-
Lucar.
It's all right.
He had to step away.
Yeah, Steven had to step away because of dog things. So
Which I understand.
okay.
So we're heading to Norfolk first? Is that the plan?
Well, it's on the way, so whether or not
Yeah.
we decide to hang out.
Right. But I kind of wanted to take a look around,
Can't hurt.
Okay.
see if
So
we can find his girlfriend.
So you board into the canoes and you begin to make way as you push them off and you begin to get into the mainstream of the river, taking it onto the journey to Norfolk. We're now going to activate the Martian Unveiling Adventure map. There's no actual map for Norfolk because there's actually not that many things that are in Norfolk as of current.
Shattered houses.
So as you are on your boats and you're beginning to row or just gradually move with the river is becoming quite wide at this point. There's many different streams and other tributaries that feed into the eastern fork of the Farron River that makes it significantly large. And then as you begin to see a congruence between one tributary, one fork to the north that's coming in to the southern direction to yours, this river is now beginning to be quite large and its distance as far as meters are concerned. So you're having an idea that this is a perfect place to fish. Deep pools, large movements of different nutrients, other things. And so Norfolk is a really picturesque fishing village to have. The thing about it is that the homesteads and a lot of the farming do kind of subside a couple miles to the east of Norfolk. And a wood of sorts is forming, and almost like a natural barrier of different deciduous trees that brace against the large crooked mass of these decayed, large towering evergreen trees that have no needles or leaves at all. That the fog itself rolling kind of forms this weird innate barrier that runs over the river and surrounds the actual marshes. It seems to encompass some sort of barrier force that almost rolls in on itself, curling back in. The flow of the river and the force of the movement of air is actually enough that down the river is more clear than inside of the trees. Not that there isn't isn't fog, right? But it's not in the sense of like total concealment or even half concealment. So it's kind of being pushed. So there is a natural force that is bracing against the fog, and it's even though it is everlasting, it doesn't seem to be able to withstand the natural current of the water and the air moving with that. Now, as you make port, there's many different rocky kind of beaches and even sand and dirt kind of form naturally here with silt as they kind of collect at this congruence. And there's many different beachheads here. Fishing nets and crab pots and fish pots and other things are positioned upon the beachheads here that are just kind of scattered out. Notice that the people that once lived here, they don't care. They just left it all out, right? There's many lean-tos, other sorts of smoke shacks and fish shacks. This is, again, falling in line exactly with that small, or not small, but medium-sized beachhead that you picked up, the canoes from Stilton and all the halflings that kind of existed there in their own little community. Now, as you make port here, getting your canoe set up and then crunching down onto the rocky shoreline, you begin to trek up just a little bit of ways to the actual village. The village consists of numerous amounts of huts with straw thatching on its outskirts that form into the natural trees, and then at the center are many different kind of larger structures that are of similar nature with straw thatching but are more built up with weathered wood and kind of rock walls at times, forming little tiny cottages, kind of stone chimneys and other sorts of things, right? There's a natural kind of village square. It's very small, and there's carts and wagons and might be pitched up there in small stables. Now, all of which are okay. So yeah, put in the ping. Yeah, so Thanos, you go invisible. So all of which are destroyed in some sense. So the roofs have been caved in, been ripped off. The doors have been smashed or barred in. The windows have been shattered. Some of the walls have been cleaved. And it's just showcasing to you all that this village was attacked. And not just attacked, but they intentionally were destroying the buildings to get at the contents of inside the buildings. So the furnishings inside may have been crushed or smashed into the walls themselves, right? None of the supplies, though. So some of the maybe blankets and other sorts of cooking things and dolls and toys, right? All that's all still within the buildings. You're able to observe that. I'm going to go ahead and transition to the sound effects now that you're inside a village, because the stream is kind of in the backdrop of this place. And you're now getting almost like a forest kind of vibe. Many different kind of birds and other things are inside of the trees and the outskirts of this village. Not very wide, not very large. So, and as you're looking for any sort of survivors, you find none. There is no one here. You eventually get to the central shack, which is like a tiny little warehouse looking structure, almost like leaning on one side with a double wooden door. That one side is kind of always locked at a time. It's like a barn style, right? And that falls in line with your detect thoughts, Ferris. You immediately recognize what that is. And the smell coming from it, even at this distance, roughly 60 feet away even, is just the stench of like ammonia, right? Kind of spoiled fish product. And you kind of move towards grabbing the door and move it. It makes a large noise as you open it up, and you see numerous amounts of barrels kind of stacked, and then pulleys and hoists on the rooftop, curing tables at the center, and the same trap door at the center underneath one of the curing tables that Reuben, the Tumblerot, had hidden under in the muck. Because this place is raised up by stilts, most of which the buildings are kind of raised up a little bit because of the torrential rain that always seems to happen, which is not raining today, so that's awesome.
Traka, anything recent?
I will look around to see if there's anything left from the rains.
You make a survival check. Awesome. So taking a 17 survival here, it's very apparent that some of the horde might have came back through here. So there might have been remnants within the small wood that have retracted. And then you're finding that very large movement of creatures through this space and follows in the same timetable and the same timeline as when the creatures made way to Fort Farron. And so you're seeing that. And as you kind of maybe work to the outskirts, scanning around, you can see a path of trees that have been like cleared out from the large creature that actually made way through this space once upon a time, kind of ripping up the roots of some of the smaller trees. So it's all really adding up. It's just kind of almost affirming everything you've experienced, as well as what Reuben Tumblebrought had stated.
Okay. I would relay that information that nothing too recent beyond kind of what we would expect with the army coming and going after a battle.
He said Trisha either met him on the southern bank or the western bank. Was what the
Near the river. We know that she is Salinar. Did not Paxina tell us that this altar of flowers was a place of significance to them?
yeah. Was where the two used to meet, right?
And they did not fully understand where it came from or how it was constructed.
Yeah.
I suspect if we head in that direction, we will either encounter her or find her somewhere near there.
Yeah. I wanna, before we get back in the canoes, go along those two banks and just see if there's any signs that someone's been there recently.
Okay. So you're kind of going out to the riverbanks and seeing if anybody has gone recently.
Yeah.
Through. It's kind of falling in line with Thanos was doing their survival check, but you can make an investigation if you'd like to get some more intimate details.
Yeah, I'll do that.
22, going to the edge of the riverbank, there's, you're looking for signs of anything that's most recent, and you're finding information that coincides with what Thanos had found from their tracking. You might be looking to see if this Trisha, right, if there is someone like that, if they kind of came back to Norfolk. You're not finding anything that would suggest a humanoid that has been described, courtesy of Ruben's description, had came through here.
Okay. That's all. I'm good to move on if y'all are.
I suspect we won't find anything else of consequence here.
I concur.
So
we
Altar of
cross-
Flowers next.
Across the river to the west.
Yep.
Okay. So going on the western side of Norfolk, you find what is a kind of wooden scaffolding bridge that crosses over. The bridge seems to have sustained some damage, so the kind of falling into it a little bit and kind of teetered off. This could have been from the movement of the horde. It seems like it's okay to walk on. The current of the river is quite much, but the bridge itself is still there, still standing, so you can cross it at this point. Get into the marshes. So, as you get across, holding on to one side and kind of making your way and clambering along here, you get to the edge of where the fog bank is kind of pushing and rolling through. I'm going to subside that one because that's not what I wanted. So as the fog bank kind of pushes and rolls up, you're looking through and trying to really get a description of what lies inside. And you can't. There's not much that you could do to see through the barrier of fog. It's kind of rolling. This is where it's like highly concentrated, right? And you're at that point of feeling that there is no return, right? This is the point that if you were going to turn back, it would be now. And as you're confident and you decide that we're headed in the direction of the Altar of Flowers, courtesy of a map, right, that was aided, supplemented, you pass in to the fog. As that happens, you're brought into a place where your sight lines are greatly hindered. Concealment is supreme. And the marshland of this area begins to form. particular point that you are entering in at on the marshes on the northeastern side here is not completely submerged in water by any means. Think of it as trees that are partially uprooted, some mud patches at times, and then large grass that grows frequently in some spaces, creating separation of some cover and some not. Riddled in that space is medium to ginormous size mushrooms. Fruiting bodies of these bioluminescent fungi are just kind of glowing like tiny little beacons within the sight lines of the fog, right? They're kind of providing this ambiance. There's creatures in here as well. So it's not just you are alone in the space. Occasionally you can hear the sound of a bird or the slithering of some creature within the grass. And it still feels that you're in a natural area. There is just a slight void of life in a more traditional sense. So as you continue to make way, eventually the sound of the water is at your backdrop. You no longer have that kind of behind you, and you're left inside of the heart of this side, right? You're kind of pushing your way in, and you're now you're in the thick of it, right? You can't see behind you, you barely see in front of you, barely see around you, and you're kind of guided by some of these beacons of light. And you have the map in front of you, and you're beginning to make way to the altar. Now, normally I'd have a check here. We get into some exploration, guiding on the map, but you have Thanos. And so
I also have my
Thanos
keen mind.
doesn't need to actually make a check in this environment. They are able to navigate it perfectly fine. In fact, not only can they navigate it perfectly fine, but they also can provide you all stealth while you move at a normal pace. In addition to that, gathering food. Different fungi that are edible, right? Some roots of the plants, maybe even some small game of snakes and other sorts of marsh creatures you're able to kind of hunt along the way. But your perceptions
Shout
are
out
all...
Ranger features.
Huh? What's that?
I said shout out those Ranger features that everybody
Yeah.
gets.
Yeah, we never get to Ranger features ever until we're like in an area where we're like, oh wow, that's actually super useful. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we
Awesome.
we
To
appreciate
use it once in every 5 campaigns.
We use it once. So as you're continuing, your perceptions are centered on, can we see any undead, right? We know undead. We're in the Horde. We're trying to see if we can see them. And as you continue to progress forward, kind of clinging to the outskirts, right? You're kind of staying at making that way on this map here, the outskirts of the map. You're starting to see shadows of medium-sized humanoids in tiny little pockets of space. And as you look at them, they're unmoving, and they don't do anything. And they kind of, for lack of a better word, seem mindless in their orientation. They don't recognize you, and I mean, why would they? You are in stealth, just normally moving with almost near total concealment. You're pretty much invisible to these creatures. So you move on.
This is the army lying in wait.
I would like to look around for. I know obviously there's the undead, but I would be more worried about other people like me potentially stumbling upon us.
Yeah.
So I would probably be looking for stuff like that. I don't think it's going to make a difference for us, but that would be Thanos' worry.
Okay.
If I casted a spell, would that break our stealth?
What spell are you trying to cast?
Detect magic.
Flare.
No, I don't think Detect Magic would break your stealth. It's going to, that's really just a passive spell. I mean, if you're going to ritual cast it, you might be able to do that on
Yeah.
the move.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on. If it doesn't break our stealth.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. If you wanna do that, it shouldn't break your stealth.
I think I would try to be picking up on what Thanos is doing as we're traveling, and when he starts to look for the people, the Rangers, I'll kind of help assist the normal traversing so he can put more of his focus on that.
Okay. That's fine. So we have the detect magic going off, and we have eating with stealth and through this adventuring and things. So the detect magic kind of goes off, and the first thing you recognize is that the fog around you and this entire place is riddled with magic. Not just the fog, but the actual trees and the grass. And you're feeling that the grass and the trees and the fog all have very similar in sources. It feels almost otherworldly. School-wise, you're really having a sense that this is like transmutation, like these things have changed from what they used to be. And that they have
That
been
makes
influenced.
a lot of sense, right? Because of what Paxina told us. Of how this place has changed.
That's correct.
Can you just dispel it, the whole marsh? Just make it
No,
so-
no. I wish. No, there's
I need
some.
you to read
But
hard.
if we, theoretically, from what we were told, if we were to spell or somehow close the portal, the corruption would stop spreading, in theory, right?
Presumably, I don't. It may take more effort than that to reverse it.
I don't even know
I'm not saying it's going to be
where.
easy.
Because originally this place was very fey,
But
but now it has a lot of Shadowfell presence. So where does that start and end? Like, I don't even know where I would start to dispel something like that.
I suspect it's much more complicated than that. I think the key somewhat lies in those towers, but those belong to the Salinar, which we are presumably about to encounter. Or they did.
Do you think we should go to the North Tower after this, or
Depends on what we find out, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think the towers are the key. I don't know what to do with the key.
that's a good point.
Can always smash them. It's a frequent problem solved.
Well, if we're obviously we have the map in our hands, I think Tegan would point out. Listen, this Thixia place is directly in the middle of all four of them.
Yeah.
Yes,
But I-
that is the center of the congruence. We know as much. That's
But
where the
So-
going
lies.
straight there seems like not a good idea.
If we go to the North Tower, or whichever's closer to where we are, obviously the four of them are connected in some way, so they're going to be similar. So whatever's going on in one of them, probably going to be very similar to the rest. So we
I mean,
investigate one.
that's a kind of a stretch, right? We don't have any information that suggests that they're all the same.
Well, I would imagine they would at least be related if they're all performing the same function
Right.
to some regard. What we learned was that the congruence is transient; it opens and closes of its own accord. But the towers are somehow holding it open.
Oh, okay.
Think of the towers, at least from my understanding, like cartographer tools. Time, place, location, and that seems to be what Paxino was describing, is that they had a way to control that and link that to the other planes, whatever
Do
plane
wish-
that was connected to.
She mentioned that the towers would have copies on the other plane.
Correct. So it's kind of as if you're using two maps to decipher the same point.
Okay.
Was I high during that conversation?
It was
been
just a
high for
lot.
several
I
days.
missed some stuff.
I don't remember any of that.
We've been in the marsh for a week. Welcome.
Welcome back.
Oh,
It's been 35 years.
But no, it was just a lot.
am I still pretty?
No, you never were.
That's okay.
Oh.
It was very shiny.
So as you use your tech magic, you might be having this conversation on the move, right? Still trying to get to your destination here. You actually begin to reach a point of fatigue, and you have yet to reach your destination. So you're at a point where you feel as if you've hiked or moved all day since you had made to Norfolk. But strangely enough, as we activate a scene here showcasing just exactly what this place looks like, but as the water gets more deep at times, and so this is what this map is going to showcase to you all, is that it is still daylight. Light pierces through the fog at the top canopy layer of this place, but there is, well, doesn't seem to be a new day. Seems like the day has always been the same, but yet you have moved and made way for many, many hours, it feels. And yet the light of the day, the positioning of that light through the fog, has not changed.
So even with the keen mind feat, it still feels like it's been a bunch of hours.
Yeah. For you,
Okay.
you can tell that it would be most likely nighttime at this point, and the night should be overcoming, and there should not be any sun at all. But yet
Okay.
there is.
I would share that with everybody else that it should have been a number of hours past.
That would seem to suggest that we are moving much more quickly than time outside this space.
Which lines up with what everyone told us about the fog, that the fog plays tricks on time.
But it lines up with the way you met us too.
I suppose it does, seeing as how I heard about the attack weeks technically before it happened, days before it happened. It was already on the move to you.
Well, I suppose we're going to have to rest, regardless of what time it is. Unless you would like to push on.
Also, would summoning Herbert even be a good idea? I feel like this paints a huge target on us.
It would not be stealthy.
Do you guys not have one of those magical dome things?
Zeph does.
That can cast it for you all. That's what you'd like.
Might be the safer choice.
We should probably take watch from inside the dome, seeing as how we can see out.
I can create a fire if you want.
Let's not do that.
Not do that. Okay.
Poisoning. Fucking kill us.
Well, no, I was just checking to see if we would need one, like how cold it would be. But actually, the dome should be climate controlled.
It has central AC.
I'll take first watch as I light up the pipe again.
Don't worry. I bought my.
good.
I brought my fox, man.
You're gonna light up the pipe again?
Dan, you blazed the whole screen.
No, no, no. That's the fog of the space.
Wall.
But I didn't want to put it on so you could see the map before I put the fog layer on, so you get a kind of an idea.
Yeah, it looks cool.
I will take first watch with Lucar, because if somebody is going to attack and they've been following us, they'll do it as soon as everyone is asleep.
Or they
Right,
can't.
action.
Can I? I'll ask Thanos. Do you want me to set an alarm spell? around the area that we're staying in, or do you think that it would attract too much attention?
It would attract too much attention. Last thing we want to do is make noise.
Oh, actually, it can do all. I can do it to where it goes off in my head. So, I'll do that. I'll make an alarm spell around our camp, and have it go off in my head.
Okay.
Make it small enough that you don't get alerted by a zombie squirrel or something.
Right. It's like basically like a couple feet outside the dome, just if they happen to sneak up on us.
Zombie squirrels?
It's terrifying.
They have them in the astral sea.
You wouldn't believe.
I guess I'll start to take my rest. I'll take the second watch with whoever.
Okay.
I will take last watch because I cannot see shit. If something shows up, wake me up.
Yeah, I'm glad Thanos is with me because I can't see shit either.
I also
I
can't
I
see
can
shit.
better than the two of you, but it's not very much.
So
I
the
also can't see shit.
the
Wait,
bubble,
you don't
right?
have dark vision?
Huh, I
I
do,
hope
but
so.
the fog is.
First off, the dark vision doesn't matter because it's still
Oh, it's
daytime.
daylight. Oh,
Daylight.
okay, yeah.
Daylight, so you still have light.
Okay.
The thing that you can't see is the fog. The fog is
Right.
so thick that the concealment of it is proposing that you're technically blinded.
Okay. Yeah, I
distance.
couldn't
And
remember. I did.
Maldor just has shitty perception, that's why.
Yeah, I also have shitty person.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can
Well, I'm
listen
on
very,
watch.
very well.
Can I like actively divine sense or something? Like,
Well, you can, you can take opportunities to, cast it out. It just doesn't last that long. It's kind of like a once type deal. So
yeah,
You
I don't know
have
if it's
to-
like a minute or 10 or. I
Yeah,
probably just do it like an hour.
yeah, it's just maybe throwing it out every so often, right? Okay. So your watches as you rest and incur your long rest here, nothing happens. Your alarm is not set off. Nothing in your perceptions and distance changes. It's really just sounds. So for those who have watches, you're maybe hearing the rustling of some water, like something splashed really quickly, or there has been kind of some movement of a tree every so that type of deal. And you can't distinguish if it's like a creature that's just like beast or some kind that lives here, or it is maybe undead. Like you can't really tell or distinguish those sounds based on the distance away that they are, and as well as the intensity of that sound. So after this point, you go through your long rest, and you rest 8 hours. It feels you all feel that you're okay, and you're doing well, but it is still day. And in fact, the position of sun to the fog, which you have a very difficult time understanding, it's moved only a little bit.
We're in Alaska.
I was about to say Iceland.
This is so nerve wracking.
Shall we continue then?
Yeah, I'll dispel my alarm and get ready to go.
At
Also-
this rate, we could potentially quell the entire undead uprising before Reuben makes it back to Fort Farron.
Yeah, maybe.
I suppose this makes sense as to how they get so many undead.
Having time on their side, yes. Imagine, Paris, the longer you study, the more powerful you become, yes? Within
Yep.
reason.
Yeah.
Imagine having a pocket like this where you could spend a day and have 6 months to learn more and then come back out. You could
Yeah,
step
I
away
was
from your
I was
enemy
gonna
and
ask,
instantly be
is
more
there
powerful.
is there any way I could like make some kind of check, since I'm a chronology wizard, on how this like time bubble works?
You'd have to have information as far as like how much time is actually transitioning. You can make an Arcana check to see if there's any, magic, but I think that's almost redundant because time is not the same, right? You're getting that understanding already. There's nothing that an Arcana check is going to give you because you don't have any information as maybe what is causing this change in time.
Okay. All right. But yeah.
Should we carry
So
on?
you
'Cause
have the essentially the result. You just don't know why.
Right. Okay. I was just wondering if there was anything I could do to like start to reverse engineer it, but I mean that would be pretty a stretch.
Yeah, you don't have
Wonder-
really any evidence at the point. So
I wonder if the towers have something to do with that as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they do. I feel like the towers are very important.
Carry on.
So as we awake, is there anything anybody's doing in particular besides having the kind of a talk?
At some point before I rested last night, just taking more time to try to finish divination. But
Okay.
yeah, I don't know how close that
So
would be to
so not
finishing
being
that.
not being perceptive on your watch, you're deciding to do the study.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I can't see
But he
shit
had-
anyway.
I'm
He
gonna
had
wa-
alarm up, so he's like,
I'm gonna watch. I'll don't worry. I'm on watch.
Yeah, I think I would have like
Alright.
sat there for 5 minutes.
So-
But, like I can't.
So you've
see
taken
anything.
4 hours so far on taking
Okay.
that spell. So you still have a little way to go here, but you're working through.
Okay.
And we're gonna put ourselves back onto the adventure map here as we are transitioning away from the campsite and are navigating to the altar of flowers. So as you're doing this, again, Thanos, you're able to kill a few smaller sized snakes, maybe catch a few bullfrogs and things, and have some good eating, maybe an alligator or two, right? Some large kind of reptilian. So that you're able to do that, mushrooms and things, just by moving through. So everyone doesn't need to even tap into rations. Water, courtesy of Zeph, who handing out water rations
Barrel.
with a barrel.
Ladle into
We
the
don't-
bag of holding.
Yeah, we don't need to even work through water at that point. It's plenty of fresh water to drink. And you can still perceive the mindless creatures every so often in the shadows of the fog. But again, nothing actually is coming at you or attacking you or making a threat to you. So you're really kind of on your own in this space. And it's, again, it feels as if you're just moving through like a marsh. And you're just navigating through what is this terrain. You then reach an area, which I'm going to go ahead and activate, and then I'll have it paused. That begins to change away from the marsh in the kind of designation of these things of pools of water and like tall grass and some of the bioluminescent things. That actually begins to kind of subside. And then you are hearing the sounds of what is traditional to a forest. Lots of songbirds and other sorts of creatures are kind of moving around, like tiny badgers and weasels and other things. And then, as you look towards the ground of this place, the floor of the grass, it seems like it's normal. Like it's not blighted. It's not like a darker tinge of a green. It's more vibrant and things, and it has had a lot of movement over here. You can tell by some of the way that the grass has been matted down and rolled through. And you observe at the center point of the space, now kind of making more way into what you believe is where you're at, the altar of flowers, is exactly that, an altar of flowers. A few different rocks and pitched up to kind of form a barrier. It's upraised on a little grassy knoll, and there appears to be almost like a vibrant leaf of green and some tinge of flowers that's almost been interwoven with branches and vines, like a tapestry that sits above the flowers that grow, pluming outwards, and then a wooden bowl at the center point. There is a kind of a large rock structure of a trio of rocks kind of form tallest one being only almost like 26 feet tall at the center point of that structure. And it just kind of forms something that stands out to you as a, kind of like a Stonehenge type vibe, right? So, like a monolith type deal. I'm gonna now have it unpaused.
Is the grass tall enough to frolic?
I'm gonna go ahead and do detect magic again as we're approaching.
Looking up at the sun, does it look like
That
it's,
for your
I
eyes,
guess,
Dennis.
moving, or
So now you're in a space where the fog is not. It's an observation. I did not put the particle of fog because there isn't any fog here. And as you look up, the fog is kind of rolling and then hitting and doing some sort of barrier work here as well in this particular space, just on this map here. And as you look up, you can see the sun staring. How long are you staring?
I mean, I'm not gonna stare at the sun. but
Roll
I'm
a
just gonna look up
Constitution
and
check.
see if, like,
Take 1d4
clouds
radiant damage.
Do
kind
you know how long you'd have to
between us.
stare at the sun to see if it's moving?
Hey, Look, Thanos is pretty patient, so
He's got a compass
fine.
and a watch.
Alright.
Yeah, I was gonna say Thanos is gonna be there with the map and like.
That's fine.
Measuring
You want,
shadows.
yeah. If you want to take
We
hour,
need you
you
to
know,
not be blind.
if you want to take an hour doing that, you can. That's you. All right.
Yeah.
That's what Thanos is doing, calculating sun position.
I suspect this place is protected similarly to the way that the fort was. The fog could not encroach, if you recall, as we were fighting.
If I check
Um,
out these stones with the detect magic, do I get any hits off of that?
So you do feel detect magic, particularly coming from the central stone. It seems to have some sort of school of objuration and school of illusion. As you begin to throw out your detect magic, you hear the sounds of little flutters of wings and tiny little.
Oh, good job, Dennis.
Well, so much for my hour of measuring the sun. That didn't last long.
Now, you all, I'm going to do my best so you can observe these creatures. Which, interestingly enough, here, Thanos, I'm going to move you because they're going to flutter right behind you, real quick.
Oh,
So I'm going to move you just a little bit.
Yep.
Okay. So these are very tiny creatures. In fact, you all probably couldn't even see them unless you zoom in super, super close. So
Oh,
oh, they're pixies. Oh, good
as
God.
I'm gonna ping. There's a grouping of 6 over here. There should be another 6 over here. Thanos, there's 6 behind you. And then there is 6 over here kind of fluttering. So just kind of showcasing, right, another group over here, that they are around this space. And they're like flying in with their little wings in little tight squadron-like formations. They have little swords. And they're fluttering. You hear almost like a bzzz sound. And they're just hearing them yell out, "Schmooders, kill him, guy!" They're just yelling outwards at all of you. I need you all now, at this point, to please roll your initiatives.
You've offended them, Varus.
I didn't do anything.
All right. So I'm going
Look
to...
at those initiatives. Damn.
God
Yeah, that's
damn.
fantastic initiatives, actually.
Mine could have
putting-
been higher, but it's okay.
One, basically the initiatives are going to be kind of grouped together, but they're going to go by the fluttering of their squadrons here. So I'm kind of grouping them together. So there should be 5 total of their initiatives being rolled here. And we're going to go ahead and begin combat. Unpause.
Lob attack
Thanos,
rules.
you're going to be up first.
Oh, what the hell did you guys do now? And I will begin targeting the annoying creatures that are flying at me with little swords.
Thanos to a mob
19
pixie.
hits. So you fire off. It lands. 23 points of piercing damage. Crashing to the ground.
Well, there goes diplomacy.
Yeah, what? Why are we not
flying at us
talking?
with swords.
They're pixies.
They're obviously
that's what
protecting
they
this
are.
place from the corruption. We're working on the same side.
21, firing off another one. 23 points of damage.
God, why?
So go hitting with the bolts, smashing him through the air as they're fluttering
My
down towards the ground.
God.
Don't even understand.
Fires
Bonus
off
action.
another
Kill them all.
12. Dodges out of the way.
My Gloomstalker feature for the extra attack on the first round. I'm gonna take that shot now.
Okay.
Or not.
9. Misses.
All right. Yeah. I will stand right here. These things don't scare me.
Okay. So staying there, we're going to come to a squadron on the bottom left. They're going to move in unison. So as they move, they're going to fly 80 total feet in their movement, as they are going to fly and begin to surround you, Maldor, and as well as Tegan. So I'm going to go ahead and put them relevant to here. So they should all flutter through. I'm not going to have them too separated out. Just going to showcase that they're flying in their little tight squadron, and then I'm going to have them moved in position relevant to the space. Okay? So have them there, and that's going to be the end of their turn. Maldor, you're up next.
A bit bewildered by the little army of angry mosquito people. This place is sacred to them. Stand down, you don't all have to die. He's gonna reach into his bag, pull out a holy symbol of Helm, and drop it in the bowl on the altar. And end his turn.
Okay. All right, Varys, you're up next.
Hold on, let me measure out some distance here.
Oh God.
This man about to fireball.
No, I'm not.
You're about to fireball right on Thanos' face.
I'm gonna
that's
take
fine.
my movement over here, and I'm gonna cast Polymorph on Thanos and turn him into a bug. So he'll stop attacking these things.
All right. Are you going to fight against the polymorph?
Yes.
23, successful. You are not polymorph.
I'm a chrono shift it.
Roll wisdom saving throw again.
God damn it.
Ooh, wow. 217's not working.
He's
Alright.
ready to kill some pixies.
And then I'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. So you're going to end your own turn, right? So go ahead, Varys.
How do you do that? Oh, there it is.
The combat tracker in turn. Lucar, you're up next.
Got it.
I'm gonna pull a pouch out of my bag. Is this rock in front of me like jumpable? Do I see them? Or are they behind the rock? Like
They are technically behind the rock, but you can hear them. So you understand, you can see them around. So you kind of have an idea that they are behind that rock. So these two rocks, so the one here pinging and the one here, they're roughly 12 feet in height. And then this one's the big jumbo one that's kind of 25, 26 feet. So they're pretty tall.
Okay. Yeah, can I try to like clamber over this rock over to them?
Yeah, so you have a good distance to get over, and then you probably, at your turn, if you were going to kind of climb up the rock, you would have to dash, and you can get to there.
To here?
Yeah, so you can be on top of the rock, but that is a dash to get to that point. So your action is taken to kind of
Okay.
climb up on top of the rock, and then you're there now.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put,
My point was just I'm gonna like hold a pouch in my hand and like as they come close, try to like catch them in a pouch. That's what I was
Okay. Okay. I'm also
trying to catch
I'm also
pixies.
I'm also gonna take the halfling green off. Probably not high unless you were recently smoking. So I'll take off the effect. It's up to you. Are you still token on the pipe?
No, I probably would have still been. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Put it back
He's
on.
gonna be token the whole time.
Yeah, I told you
Okay.
I'm gonna be high the whole
Non-stop,
time we're in this fucking
non-stop
market.
rolling. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
It's feeling it. Okay, so you have a +2 to your wisdom and -2 to your intelligence with that. So just FYI, it's going to give you kind of some buffs there, hopefully. Now, when you get up about 12 feet on the rock there, Lucar, you can see this fluttering of them and their tight squadron. They look up at you holding the sword pointing as they begin to go. flying up at upward angle towards you.
Why is
End your turn whenever you'd like.
Oh, I can. Where's the button for that now? That
On the combat
under
tracker,
utility?
you can actually go to the combat tracker specifically, or you can go to utility and you can, I think you can say end turn. So,
I see that.
yeah, yep. Two different
Right.
ways.
If you right-click the swords, it pops out a tracker this time.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you
Today I
right click the double swords, it's going to pop out the turn tracker as well, and you can end it. It gives you an option to end your turn at the bottom of that. All right, now we come to 4 of these sprites. They're not pixies; they're sprites. They are that magic. They have weapons and armor on, so they're kind of warrior fae. Thanos, you see these things. You actually had fought these things before, so you know what they are, and they are pestilence. They are very much annoying fae. They are very protective, and you've fought these before, so it's very natural for you to fire the bolts off towards them. The 4 are going to flutter and surround you. As they flutter and begin to surround you, they're now kind of zigzagging and trying to attack you. They're kind of like, as they're flying, like bees all around you. And I'm just going to go ahead and make 4 attacks. So 4d20 here, so I'm not going to individually roll from them. They're not getting advantage because they're tiny size from each other. Based on your armor class, none of them are able to hit you. Tossing you, as they're flying and fluttering around, ending their turn. Now come to the 6th Squadron. 6th Squadron is going to surround you, Lucar. So I'm going to go ahead and break them off in their formation here.
Wow, these initiatives were insane.
Yeah, across
Yeah.
the board
Everybody
initiatives
rolled
were
high.
insane.
Real
Holy
quick.
crap.
There we go. Cool. So they're going to surround you, and that is going to be a total of 6 d20s coming towards you as they begin to attack, and none of them are able to hit your armor class.
Were you
Unfortunately,
holding
so
a
they're
capture pixie
pink,
action?
pink, 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 pink.
I
Back
would
of
have
your
been,
armor.
but I had to
These
dash.
little tiny long swords are like king, 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 just taking it in the armor.
Don't scratch my scales.
All right, Tegan, you're up. You see as the 6 are fluttering and now breaking formation surrounding you and Maldor.
I think Tegan would just hold his hand up and be like, listen, listen, listen. We mean this place no harm. We're here to stop the corruption. We could be on the same side. Can we just talk, please?
Okay. So I need you to make a persuasion check at advantage because Maldor is next to you and is kind of helping you with that endeavor to kind of put down your weapons and calm things down. So go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage.
You were born for this.
Make another check if you'd like because you have advantage. So if you want to go for another one. Get a higher roll. Okay. So we're going to take the 24. So as you begin to persuade, sending out your words of kindness, you see as the creatures, the sprites around you are kind of pulling themselves back. Lower your weapons! Ah!
I'm not holding any weapon.
Squinting at you.
I'll just go to my belt and unhook the scabbard from both my rapier and my short sword so they hit the ground.
Just drop trowel.
Okay, drop trowel. Popping the bell up. Sounds good.
And then I'll go ahead and end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to another squadron. This squadron is going to fly towards the altar, but now they're seeing 2 of their sprites being killed by Thanos, and they begin to look in the direction as they begin to yell outwards at Thanos. Spawn of Orcivis! Spawn! They begin to fly in the direction of Thanos, calling Thanos as a spawn of Orcivis, fluttering,
Well, at
and
least
they
we know
begin
they
to
don't
form
like those.
at your backside. And they are now kind of going to blend in with the same initiatives from their compatriots here. And they are
damn.
not, they had to take a dash sheet over there. And now your whole backside is covered, around you is covered. So Thanos is literally like, just these, all these little sprites around.
Tegan
Yes.
just screams at Thanos, just get the fuck out of here, just leave.
Now the last squadron flies in from the west side as they flutter over. They begin to look towards the altar flowers and picking themselves up, and they look towards Maldor now. Drop your weapons, you big oaf! Ah! Thanos, top of round 2. Before we get to you, a creature begins to emerge from the ferns, literally looking like that plant as it uncurls itself, furls. It seems to be a plant-like humanoid. It then begins to kind of point its finger out in the direction of you. And as you observe, more of these plant-like humanoids begin to unfurl themselves from the ferns.
Oh God.
And a tree begins to move.
Well,
Two
Thanos
more
was useful to
initiatives are on the board.
Tegan picks
Tree
his spell
and the
back up.
plant humanoids. Thanos, you're still up. Go for it.
Surrender, you fool.
What? No, you do not surrender to flies. I'm going to cast Hail of Thorns. And I'm
Oh
actually-
God.
I hate this dude so much.
I guess I need to make an attack roll, huh?
Yeah, you need to make an attack roll and then it's going to split out.
Jesus.
It's crazy.
Okay, so you fire off your Hail of Thorns. It's not successful. It's a concentrated effect, so it's until you hit, right? So it's just like sitting on you until it lands. So your first bolt, fired off, zipping around, looking for a target.
Dogfight.
I'm going to take off Sharpshooter for my second shot, seeing as how I'm more focused on the hail of arrows, and
19 splinters off as it explodes. I saw a total of 8 points of the piercing damage. I'm going to go ahead and roll 10 of these d20s here for dex
I
saves.
guess
In
I
fact,
also need to roll, huh?
you also
just
need to
shoot
roll a
yourself with a
dexterity
hail of
saving throw.
thorns.
I did, because they're all surrounding me. This is...
Your
Why?
DC is 14, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to take half the damage, so you take 4 points. I'm going to assign that. And I'm now going to showcase that all of these have taken 8 points of damage, and regardless of their saving throws, they are dead.
He just obliterated all of them by shooting himself.
So the massacre around you piles through. Blood scatters all around you as the pixies dive. Showcasing that Thanos is expertly equipped to kill fey creatures.
So Thanos is literally dripping in pixie blood right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Is this Elfswood over here, guys? And I'm just gonna point to
Thanos!
a giant tree.
What the fuck?
Quit.
Sees the formation around you, looks Tegan as you dropped your weapons down, and another formation from the left is looking towards Maldor. Good. Now we'll deal with that spawn of Orsimus. Flying over that
You're like,
direction.
no, wait, you're gonna fuck. You know what? It's not worth it. More than half of that already.
They're just gonna get murdered.
They begin to flutter over, and in addition, they also fill the same spaces on your north side, and they are getting to this point, but this is a dash to get to that point, and they are surrounding their lifeless sprite bodies on the ground as they ziggs, yelling out towards you, ending their turn. Mallory, you're next.
What an enormous clusterfuck.
Tegan just looks at you and shrugs his shoulders. He doesn't know what to say anymore. He tried.
I suppose we have to go save the. Well, one time he's not invisible.
There's no saving. He just dusted 14 of them.
It's not those I'm worried about. He will action dash. Move over here. And bonus action. Summon the echo. Over here.
Okay.
Thanos, we have to talk to these people. They clearly know something about this place. Stop murdering everything.
Yeah, I think at this point, I know we're not trying to fight anything. So I'm gonna go back to the stone and just try to like get a read on what this is.
Okay. Am I lagging out right now?
No.
No.
Okay, that means that was Twitch. Okay, Twitch just dropped, just FYI. And it seems it's back now? Okay, we're good. That was Twitch. Okay, I was like, that's not me. I'm not lagging at all. I watched the things. Okay, so Malder, you throw the echo down. You don't take any sort, right, of combat. You're just kind of bracing at that point. And then you end your turn. Varys made way towards the rock over there.
Yes, and
Okay.
because I know we're not trying to fight these people, so I still want to see what the rock says, like if there's any markings on it or anything I can do.
Okay. You don't see any markings at current.
And you said it had what schools of magic on it?
Conjuration and illusion.
Can I cast Dispel Magic on the rock?
Oh
Sure.
God.
Go ahead and give me a roll.
God damn it.
And you were worried
Uh,
I was going
just
to
a
destroy the
D20.
sacred site.
Yep. It's an ability check. So 9 plus your intelligence.
Yeah, which is 5.
You see is your detect magic. I'm most likely assuming your detect magic is still up based on that, so I'm going to have you concentrating on that. So
Yeah.
you're still feeling the presence of magic throughout dispel magic in the direction of the rock, and you are unsuccessful after you throw it off. The tendrils of pink and purple cackling lightning begin to sprout outwards directly towards you, and you are completely paralyzed. Frozen. Just wraps around you like a cocoon, braces you across, paralyzed, and you are thrown to the ground, unmoving, ending your
So
turn.
I don't even get to save.
Nope.
No, you
Lucar, you're up
Nice
next.
work, wizard boy.
Fucking
You rolled
There's no
better.
save.
That could have been good.
All right.
Yeah, so I am going to just try to take this like regular leather pouch and see if I can like capture these things
Wrangled
flying around me. Yeah.
Okay. I need you to make an athletics check.
Dun, dun, dun. I thought that was gonna be a 1.
Right. So as you begin to scoop them away, if you're able to get 3 of them, then a 4th one, catching them into the leather pouch, and there are only 2 of them at current that did not get caught up. So I'm going to go ahead and remove some of them from the board.
So funny.
You're gonna cinch it up till my next turn.
That needs to be an item in your pack now.
All right, so you have them kind of, let us out of here! What are you doing? Oh, you get out! And then the other ones are like, let go of my friends! Kill him!
Oh, now you pissed him off too.
Protecting you from my friend over there, covered in all of your buddy's blood. Oh.
The end of your turn, whatever you'd like. All right. So we now come to the two that are not in the bag. They are going to take attempts at attacking you. They come swinging through, both of which are unable to connect, buttering around you, flying, and the other ones inside the bag are attempting to use their long swords to destroy the bag. Rolling for their attacks here, and then now I'm rolling for their damage.
Well, rip that bag.
As the bag is ripped open and all of them begin to flitter out. You are unsuccessful now. You
God damn it.
Whatever pouch or whatever you used to capture them is now destroyed. Ripped apart into shreds by their long swords. They flutter out, continue around you, and ending their turn. Tegan, you're up next.
Tegan is just like looking back to Lucar trying to capture them in a bag. Thanos absolutely committing genocide. And then
Varys is asleep.
sees Varys just seize up and fall to the ground and just completely face palms and goes, I don't know what I should have expected, but somehow we always do something worse.
I don't understand why we tried to fight in the first place.
They're pissed.
I'm just gonna walk 30 feet towards Varus.
Good.
I guess I'll dash and
Okay.
just close with him, and I'll say, "Come on, buddy, time to wake up." I'll give
Alright.
him bardic inspiration.
Okay, thanks.
Give him wake up. Still in the cocoon of that stasis of purple and pink lightning around him. Comes zooping. You're gonna be fine.
Yeah. Alright. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
All
All right, we now come to the plant-like humanoid creatures. As we come to their turn, they then begin to reach outwards in the direction of you, Maldor, Thanos, and some of these creatures that have now fronted. Points its hand in the direction of you lot and begins to throw down a particular spell as it throws in this leaps and flurry of winds. Begins to invoke in space, and you begin to feel the tranquility of the place trying to attempt to calm you all down.
I'm already calm.
Okay, so Maldor, you can you choose to fail, right? If you'd like, that's up to you. Thanos, you have succeeded, so you are right. The Echo's not doesn't need to roll, but it's gonna make it roll, right? Now, as far as the sprites are concerned, they have all failed. As you can see, they're now kind of pulling themselves back.
Oh, wow! It's so cool!
Just kind of fluttering around, and the plant-like humanoid comes to the edge of this calm and continues to motion its hands, and it speaks no words. As we come to others are kind of beginning to make their dashes now into the direction of the rock. Casting no magic, just running at full dashes. Another one begins to approach the altar with its dash. And we have one upon the northeast side. This one's going to round around the corner with its dash and look at all of you. That is going to be the end of their turns. We now come to the tree creature. What is going on here? And then begins to walk into space. It seems to hold and doesn't do anything quite yet. Now, the western side, these creatures, they are looking at the altar. They begin to funnel themselves out in formation as they begin to surround it, holding themselves still in their squadron somewhat, but they are really funneling to attempt to protect the altar. Zimming and looking around. Ending their turn. We now come to Thanos at the top of round 3. And this is where I have to ask, Thanos, and anybody else in the party, are you going to be killing these creatures?
As much as I want to slaughter all of the sprites, I will not slaughter all of the sprites.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're gonna-
I'm paralyzed, so I ain't doing shit.
Tegan's gonna walk up to the plant person and punch him in the no.
All right.
I just want to grab one of them in between my talons, hold it up in front of my face, and be like, "You owe me a pouch, you little bastard."
Okay. So as we now are going to end the combat, as we subside combat, we all gonna have it still pause. So we subside combat. What happens here, Varus, is 2 large, girthy thorn vines extend from the rock, like they've come out of the rock from somewhere inside of it. As they do, they wrap onto both your legs and begin to pull you into it.
Can I try to stop this?
Tegan, you can try to do something if you'd like. That's up to you. Lucar, you're grabbing one of them, saying what you're saying, and then one of the plant-like creatures begins to make way over to the rock and then walks into the rock. Just walks into it. The large one at the center and disappears.
And I'm getting pulled in.
And
Can
you're
I
getting pulled in.
grab him in Dimension Doorway?
So you reach down and you touch Varus, and you too
I
fall
talk
paralyzed
or
and
no?
prone as the
Okay.
cocoon of the electricity sprouts onto you. And you fall downwards, and then more vines from the central rock sprout outwards and grab you now, and you both begin to be pulled into.
Don't worry, but
Fuck, Tegan.
Don't worry about it.
Okay,
Oh,
so
God
you
damn it.
I'm just thinking in my head, oh, I'm so sorry, Tegan.
I'm going to put the invisible thing on you because you are now inside of the rock as you're shoveled in and pulled in. Now,
Does it
Lucar,
look
you
like in here?
you kind of like, you grab and you're looking and you could have sworn, right? You could have sworn, right? You're high right now. You could have sworn that your body was right there. And they're not there anymore. All you're seeing is kind of drag marks going in the direction of the central rock. And you're just like, The creatures around you are kind of like,
Let's go, you son of a bitch! You fat fucker!
oh my god.
I'm gonna roar.
Oh God.
as you roar, they're kind of just continue to zip around you. And then the ringleader kind of looks towards.
Beta Squadron, with me!
They kind of group themselves together. And as they do, they actually are fluttering and flying into the central rock. So they are going to fly into the rock as well. Disappear.
Oh, I'm following.
Someone
Going.
tell me what the fuck
I'm
is going
following.
on here.
You follow?
I'm gonna point my
following,
crossbow
absolutely.
at the tree.
Oh, there's no need for that. I am Fallsworth. Sees the sprite creatures turn away from
Is this
you.
the
Spawn
same
of
guy?
Orcivis. We'll kill you another time.
They kind of flutter in their calm emotions and they begin to disappear into the forest. Creature continues and then ends their calm. They approach.
God damn it.
The other two
Oh, no.
plant-like humanoids kind of go up to the altar and they surround, seemingly just holding their hands and looking, protecting like sentries. Go ahead, Albert.
I tried to give them an offering. I think I upset them. I know what you think he is, and you are right. But he is with us. And we mean you no harm, so long as you are an enemy of Orcivis.
Oh. Tree creature continues to move.
We actually met one of your kind, saved him from Lady Sylvan. I think it was Ellsworth.
Oh, that's
Ellsworth?
my uncle. Twice removed.
Twice removed. You guys get married?
Of course.
No, it just means his limbs got pruned.
Oh. We get married, and that is much less of the shepherds of the forest now because of you.
I have done some things, yes. Likely contributed to a lot of this, yes.
Oh. And you have come at a sacred place. I'll see it. What does your heart tell you? Plant humanoid begins to kind of reach its hands and flutter of leaves and other things begin to unfurl themselves that surrounding. As they do, they begin to look at the fallen creatures, putting their two hands crouching down to the ground as the creatures you've just slain, the sprites, begin to be healed, brought back to life. As they pick themselves up, they flutter and fly away. The last one looks towards you.
We'll fucking kill you next time, you bitch.
They disappear into the surrounding forest of this area.
Tell me I'm angry.
Plant creature
the hell
then
is-
picks itself up, touches into the bark of the tree. The tree goes, oh. It kind of groans. Good heart. That will be good. That will be good. Just walks away into the forest.
What the fuck?
Playa turns towards you and then grabs you on the shoulder and points at Central Rock, where you don't see any of your companions anymore.
Where did they all go?
God.
Egan drooling. Just fucking drooling, being paralyzed. Just like, I don't know.
What about the rock?
I suppose we should go look.
I don't know that I want to go look. The pixies, the sprites, sorry, did say that they want to kill me.
Yes, but they're gone now. And it's not like they're particularly threatening. I understand your nature to defend yourself, but they're not very threatening.
Out of character, but kind of metagaming. Can someone please grab my swords?
I'm not going up there. They're very viciously defending that altar. Leave it alone.
Okay.
All right.
So you kind of look and you're wondering, the same plant creature has been following you this entire time, and then just kind of makes way towards the rock and walks into it.
Oh, hell no.
You want me to go first?
I suppose.
Okay. So now going to Theater of Mind, what you all observe seems to be almost like a cavern of source of space. It is taking the light from the outside and filling it, and seems to kind of form a decent sized chamber of sorts, or a decent sized cavern, right? There is, at the backdrop of this, is a glowing kind of pinkish white rose, supersized in the way that its petals and other things interwork. Now, the first person was Varys. Varys, you were dragged as thorns from inside, as the petals were unfurled, and a glowing white, kind of circularized, almost like a portal of light. The thorns actually had whipped out of that and grabbed you and had pulled you into there. Then we had following suit was Tegan, and then Lucar, you now walk into space. And now we come, because the other two didn't have any sort of reasoning, right? They were paralyzed. And so we come to you, Lucar. Lucar, you walk in and you just see the rose is not actually open, right? It's closed with its petals, right? And it's kind of sitting there very supersized, like a medium-sized plant. And it's kind of there. Some of the plant creatures now come behind you, and they tap, just like one kind of grabs you on the shoulder and then kind of points towards the rose, and then they kind of walk up towards it, and as they walk up towards it, it just unfurls itself, and they begin to pull and walk through the flower. As it unfurls and lowers itself, it opens, and they just kind of pass in through.
I'm still paralyzed.
I'm following.
Lucar, you
I'm
walk
still
through,
high.
high
I'm
as a
following.
kite. Whoa, it's fucking great. It's like walking. And
Fantastic.
This
So-
shit's fucking crazy.
Yes, okay, gross. So you walk to the other two. We have Thanos, right, and we have Baldor. You both now see it's closed, right, and then the one that was escorting you does the same thing that just happened to Lucar. That one walks up to the rose and then unfurls itself and then goes through, and now it's just open and glowing this whitish light. And that was very similar. Now Maldor, as well as Lucar, you kind of were close enough to observe that transport via plants. This seems exactly what this is.
So are there any more of these plant creatures in here, or was that the last one that just went through it?
That seems to be the last one that went through. Yeah, there's no other plant humanoids around. It's just you two inside the space, and then Thanos, you're kind of invisible, right, in a way at certain points in the cavern. But because the light is coming through, you're not, right?
The other two that were roofied, are they gone? Are they still on
Yeah.
the floor?
They're gone.
Oh, they're gone. Okay.
There's nobody here except for you and Thanos in the rose.
I want you to know I hate everything about this, and I'm gonna walk through the rose.
That is, more pleasant looking than the other things in this forest. I will follow.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna remove stuff prior to getting the scene because that'll be easiest.
What kind of shit is this? Oh, I feel so stupid.
Hey, at least they spared us after I, mercilessly
bunch of them?
slaughtered a bunch of pixies.
Oh god.
They owe me a
What
pouch.
is this shit?
Okay. So as you appear, you are unfurled in a bloom of a flower of a rose that was the same size and actually is like you're in a pod of the flower and then like it drops and unfurls itself. As that happens, it kind of just falls into the floor of the space, either water or grass, right? And it just kind of dissolves into that. You're left here surrounded by these female elven druids. They are wearing bodysuits of vine and twigs and brambles. They have weapons of a variety. And they all have purplish, kind of red eyes with pale complexions. And white hair flows in any which length and size. They are waiting as you unfurl from your pods. And as you do, you now get to see that your party members are here as well, all of which they've been prepared for your arrival in the specific spaces. As you're looking around and you're beginning to try to see other things, you are immediately notice that this is a community and it has at least 200 people underneath what resembles that of a massive tree. The redwood-like bark sprawls itself on the uproots as it forms semi-arches of great width, leaving outside into a grove of sorts. Ferns, tall grass, and brushes and trees are bountiful. There's a plethora of wildlife that flourishes here. It is completely unclear of where you are. You have no idea. But what is clear is that you are surrounded by creatures that are not looking to you as friendly, rather as intruders. And as they surround you and kind of wait for what you're going to do, a central structure of where this map is and where you are is a dome of vine and thorns and flowers, and a bridge that reaches out from the pools of water as the tendrils of life begin to kind of pull from the water. A part of this dome begins to uncurl itself with the flowers and vines, revealing a door. And as it opens and unfurls, creates a width and a height, there is space inside of the dome that has this vibrant dancing of light reaching from the surface and a central pool of flowers. And a voice echoes from within. They may enter. And that is where we're going to take a break. So, we're going to come back. If you're watching the stream so much, we appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break or so. So, we'll come back at 1:23 p.m. PST, probably a little bit later than that. And we hope you join us then for the ill-fated, and particularly Thanos, who's decided to kill tiny sprite creatures to protect their home. So, no worries there. Stay in character. Like it, true to form. And hopefully you join us.
Stop, Thanos, stop.
Stop, Thanos, stop. No. And hopefully you join us after the break for the second half of the ill-fated. So, see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye, Chad.
Entering this break on
Michael.
Welcome back to the Ill-Fated, where one of the Ill-Fated, well, we all know it, Thanos, asked how much health these creatures have, so we know where Thanos is most likely headed. I'm just kidding. So, getting back into it, the door of this vine dome, essentially the opening has been formed, and you are kind of waiting, and as the druids here, they kind of begin to fan outwards, and they are revealing themselves in terms of pathways, right? So, essentially ways that you can get out here.
I'm going to establish a telepathic link with Thanos, and in his head say, I think we may have found Paxino's people.
I do not believe these are Paxina's people. I believe these are the Salinar, is my
No.
response.
That was my other option. They don't seem to fit the description, though. At least not what I expected.
How do you turn that follow thing off? I accidentally did it.
Just move your token. Move your token.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you ever want to rotate your token, a really good way to do that is to click your token, and then you can hold down R with your cursor, and it will actually move your token. It's not really good for, unfortunately, for portrait, tokens. There's no real reason to turn them, but for top downs, it's really quick and efficient. So
I don't know why I was upside down.
when you follow
Need a
it,
hatch.
Yeah, it
turns.
auto rotates.
Oh.
It rotates for you when you follow. All right, Tegan, you coming in? And then looks like we got a hand raised from Varys.
Oh no, that was me as a joke.
Yep. Real
Sorry.
good joke. So as you all come into space, you see the opening begin to curl upon itself and then close, leaving you all in this small area here. I'm now going to have turned down our volume of our grove music here, making it very tranquil. This matriarch in front of you seems to be a female wood elf. Matriarch Druidess wears very little besides an interwoven fern leaf dress and green stained hide boots. Wields a staff of vine and leaf. A thorn and vine crown sits upon the head, with beautiful golden and silverish blonde hair. The eyes are hazel, somewhat violet. Features are fierce and sharp. They wear a wooden amulet inscribed with druidic runes and an inlaid black gemstone. As they're standing upon a pile of leaves and fluttering of flowers, they just simply open up their arms. Welcome. I am Matriarch Yslina. I am third matriarch to the Salinar. And I am here to greet you to the Grove of Talus.
Hello. We
Hello.
are known as the Chosen Ones. I'm Varys Willow. These are my companions, Tegan, Maldor.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Cool.
Tegan, Maldor, Thanos, Lucar, and Zeph.
Wonderful. I appreciate you greeting in a peaceful manner. Towards Thanos. I'm
Don't raise your
sure-
weapon towards me, and I won't raise mine towards you.
Do you insult? Or are you merely stating your opinion?
Just my opinion.
Do we judge a bear that defends its den?
Do you judge a bear that defends itself when it's been cornered?
Is that how you feel?
I believe that is how our friend felt. His mind was not his own until recently. It can leave effects.
They bear the mark and the gifts of Orcivis. Only for your pure heart and true intentions, you were able to come here. If not, you all would have been destroyed, consumed into the great life of this grove, a never-ending circle. I'm sure you have questions.
Yes.
Before we begin, I might bring you to the waters of Talus, a sacred pool, the center point of this grove. All water is connected. It is connected to each and every living thing here that drinks it. Our thoughts and our emotions are all connected. If you wish to connect as well, you are more than welcome. Drink, and it will be done.
I think you wish my thoughts entered into your collective.
Hot coffee. Oh.
That's what happens when you drink the water.
I
at the
think
Palace.
I'll lean over. There's no cups or anything. Like, I would just have to like get down on my knees and drink from it,
Correct.
right?
Yeah, correct.
I think I would be like, okay, and I'll lean over and drink from it.
Careful, Varus. The connection is likely two-way.
As you sip upon it, your eyes begin to move with a purple and pink cackling lightning, and you begin to see and connect to the upwards of thousands of individuals that occupy this grove. All the creatures and everything fill with their emotions and thoughts. It becomes overwhelming. And then after a point, you're left isolated in your own space, and it's merely like a web that you can walk and interact with. And they can walk and interact with you as well. Voice within the mindscape of this construct of the matriarch Selena simply says, "Be at peace, one with Talus."
And then out loud, I'll pull out the black gemstone from my bag. I think I was supposed to find the rest of these. I feel like it would be bold to ask for yours, so just ask you what you think I should do.
That is quite a peculiar question, asking one of what you should do, obtaining something from another. It's the same you're asking from. This amulet and stone bears the mark of the matriarch and has been worn since the first. It was told to hold on and cherish. It is a symbol of my people.
It was a symbol of my people's as well. A family crest of where it was from. Until I found another stone that combined with it. From our previous experience, we need these to stop the dragons that have been terrorizing these lands.
I can see into your memories, into your being, that this is true. Salinar do not lie, so you will not get any from me. It's not our way. It's not how we speak. This was worn and carried by the first matriarch and the first to plant the seed of Talus. In your time, many thousands of years ago. In your quest, I can foresee that it is Grugash that which you wish to kill, or at least to stop or to slay. In your mind, it is conflicted.
Yeah. I don't.
Perhaps you should ask them about the towers.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
What do you know of these towers? That
I
have
only know that they are towers of Morsatra, constructed by Thixians, aimed at breaking the natural cycle. They are forbidden for Salinar. We do not go to them.
That is. Information gets clouded over thousands of years. I was led to believe that one named Kalima of the Salinar was responsible for something to do with the towers and the current state of the forest there.
Lima was second matriarch of the Salinar. They were at the time of conflict with Thixians. A time that revolved around many years. Thixians foresaw and saw us as unnatural as we did them. They began to encroach on our territory and attempted to capture us, to understand the gifts that we possessed. Gifts of never-ending life. We would not age. And the magic that we possessed. Also were quite interested in our home and where our grove was, even though they could not find it. Curious the Thixians were. Salinar were as equal in this time. In hostility to them, they killed Thixians that encroached. They would capture them as well. Torture. For information that was valuable. In stopping the congruence. A natural bridge to the Feywild. The Thixians were attempting to bridge at all times with the towers of Morsatra. A period of natural bridge was known to them as Selenkomva. Happened once a year in your time. In Thixian time. Kalima, second matriarch, looked at Talus for strength. Talus is not merely a tree, but a spirit, a guide, that provides gifts to anything that you request, anything that you ask for. But in exchange, you are tethered to this place for eternity. It is the Salinar way, and we ask and request gifts upon a period of our life of growth. Lima had already been bestowed a gift. They asked for more. Something to help them. They asked Talus to stop the congruence to the Feywild. Lima believed that it was merely to gain the power to stop the congruence to the Feywild? What consequences are met with requests that seek to control? And the congruence was indeed stopped to the Feywild, and was now to something else. At the end of Kalima's reign, the Salinar was split, and to those that allied themselves with the second matriarch, and those that allied themselves with me, the third matriarch. We attempted to save the Thixians from the vile and evil spirits and the undead that arose from a plane that was not the Feywild. We were attempting to save and help them. Around the altar of flowers and the magic of Talus flowed freely and blossomed into a refuge for them. Something over the years that your kind, towards Thanos, exploited and attempted to steal and take back. Along with others, the lizard folk. Many tribes existed, now down to 3. The Ivrai, rangers that grouped and collected themselves together. It was a final battle that I led Salinar against those that allied themselves with Kalima. We grouped with the Ivrai and remaining lizard folk tribes to fight against an end, attempt to stop any connection with another plane. Kalima was very powerful. She was bestowed with something dark. She was no longer there. Yet the gifts of Talus still flowed. We lost many to the natural cycle of life. And we were sure that we were victorious until Grugash arrived. A dragon to you all, yes, but to us something else. Filled with the same dark energy as Kalima, they were not merely a dragon. We fled from the slaughter. Believe that Kalima has perished the natural cycle. The remaining time since the battle, we have hid inside of the grove, only sending few scouts at a time to send for Fae. Those like, points towards Thanos, them continue to try to take Fae in an effort to find this place, as well as giving them to the plane so they may be turned into more of the undead that surround. When we have captured your kind, they are befell to what we believe is Orsavis. Plagued within them are illusions and enchantments, the same magic that has flowed freely about this place, why the fog persists. This place meaning the marshes. Bears, you have your hand raised?
No, I haven't done anything.
Press H. I'm just kidding.
There we go. Okay, sorry.
It's off now. We know. Jeez. So,
I do have a question.
yes.
So you have been fighting against the spawn of Orifice for how long?
I like Orcivis is the name.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm lagging out a little bit, so give me a second.
You broke Michael.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
Yeah.
did. You broke his internet with that
my
question.
my pronunciation was so bad.
All right. I should be back now.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like I said, I can hear everything that you say. It's the upload. So Orcivis is the name.
Orcivis. Okay.
Yeah, Orcivis is the name that was dropped. Your question, right? Response here coming to. We fought against the undead. The undead, as well as those that were turned to undead. Spawns of Orcivis are a bridge between those living and those dead. They are the most influential. They can traverse and interact with the world. It was the efforts of Orcivis in an attempt to rid the Fae of the entire marshes and then extend their power to the outreaches of the world. I can see within your thoughts a horde of undead attacking and you fighting. What I can tell you is this: that is but a small piece of what lies in your future. If Grugash is not stopped,
So undeath is not a part of your natural cycle.
we do not age. It is what we are given upon pledging ourselves to the grove. But that does not mean we do not age outside of this place.
Well, we definitely can't stop Grugash without that stone.
I can see from your friend's mind that is true. So I will strike a bargain which comes easily to your kind. I will give you the stone. And after Grugash has been stopped, you will bring the stone back to me.
I'm just thinking, I'm just thinking out loud. We've never heard or read anything that we have to have these stones to stop Damodar, right? It's just to stop the dragons. Is what our knowledge basically of them is.
I don't think we have.
He wants our stones. He said that himself. Like, he can't kill us, and that's why he didn't take them from us when you summoned him. But he needs them for some reason. Or he wants them for some reason.
Or he simply doesn't want us to have them.
If he doesn't want us to have them, that does mean that we need them to stop him.
But at this point, we're not going to get that stone regardless without accepting the deal. So
Time is rather immaterial to these people. After Grugash has been slain doesn't necessarily mean 5 minutes. We could finish our task and then come back.
So I'm going to be as honest as I possibly can. I need that stone. But I'm worried that if I have to return the stone to you after it's done, the evil behind all the dragons in this world, I won't be able to defeat it. And I'm not really sure what to do.
I cannot help you with what lies ahead in your journey. I can only help you in the endeavor which you have proposed, and the bargain has been sent. You can either accept, take the stone to return another time, or you may decline, and you may leave without it.
Then I shall accept.
Looks towards the amulet, holds out the palm of the hand, begins to shape the wood around, and then clutches the stone and holds out the stone.
I'll walk out holding out my stone so that they'll meld together like they have before.
So, as you observe from the hands of the matriarch and from yours, they liquefy, joining in space as they begin to connect, forming two. Forms kind of hovers above your palm as you kind of reach out, grab at it, forms into a square pyramid-like shape. Begins to dribble slightly, this acidic nature, and is more translucent, pristine in its shape as it lowers itself down into the palm of your hand.
I'll take a step back. I know from experience with collecting these that there are more out there. Do you know of any other black stones within the marshes?
I do not.
The energy that I've seen emanate in some of your magics is somewhat familiar to me. Do you know the origin of the seed of Talus? Where does it come from? What is its source?
I was only told from matriarch to matriarch that it was a gift to our people to protect and to strengthen. You are more than welcome to speak to Talus yourself. You merely need to drink the water and to connect.
I have a question. This one has plagued me for quite some time now. Would you be familiar with an elven ranger with auburn hair and green eyes that was helping the Fae through the marshes?
A ranger,
It
you
would've-
say?
Yes, they would have carried this, and I'm going to take off my ring and show it to her. I'll actually walk up a little bit.
We do not interact with rangers, only for when they come through. If a ranger is still yet to live, then they would be where the Ivrai would make home, the west side of the marsh. But I do not know if they still live.
I guess I shall have to see. Let's put my ring back on.
Do you have any other advice for us as we move through these marshes?
I do not. You are more capable than others that have come.
I would like to drink from your waters. I have questions for this Talus.
You may proceed.
Aldor will bend down and scoop up a sip of water.
Assuming a sip of water, similar thing, begins to happen, just like Varys, and that you're kind of connected, and then eventually that kind of quiets down, and then you're isolated and things. There's an overbearing, similar to like a hive mind effect. The center of the hive is Talus, right? So you're kind of reaching out, maybe the center point of this collective. That's how you would reach. You do just that?
Yes.
Okay. So as you reach out with your mind and body, you begin to kind of funnel through into a somewhat of a trance for the rest of your party members in state and position. You're kind of thrown into this space of white and green and silver and black, just kind of amorphous in this area, and you're kind of standing there as you look up upon one of the roots of this redwood tree as it grows high, 200 or so feet into the air, in a width that encompasses more than your vision allows. And as that happens, a voice echoes out and booms through the space. Hello.
I am curious if you know and are willing to share as to the origins of your existence and the power that courses through you.
I only know that what I need to do is to give to those that request. It is my one and only purpose. I have no other. As a seed, I was born anew into a tree. And through the countless years, I drew birth to every redwood, connecting my roots to theirs. Just if I've read a lot of feedback coming through your mic for warning.
The power that I recognize in the forms that I've seen it before is not giving in nature. I find it fascinating that something similar could exist at so opposite of a purpose. What is the cost of these gifts?
A cost is what you describe, but for I, it is merely a service, so that my roots can continue to grow, and the grove that I have formed for the people who pledge and serve may flourish. It is simple. You are tethered to this place. You are bound by spirit, body, and soul. Return to live out your life and to give it into the cycle. For the balance of power is necessary for the grove to sustain.
You give whatever is asked for.
I always give whatever is asked for. However, it is not always what is intended.
Of course. Machinations of the divine never are. We have quite a task ahead of us. I believed once my destiny was already spoken for, but I have seen time and again that that means nothing. So if you would have my body, my spirit, whatever remains when we are finished, if you can help us to accomplish this goal, then that may be worth the price. We are on our way to wage war against someone who has an endless army of the dead. I would like to strip them of this resource. I want command over the dead.
That is a power with which is already commanded. But request, I will try. I will attempt to give you the command over the undead you encounter. Is this a bargain that you will accept?
So be it.
Crack, the roots begins to form. Like a white light begins to kind of show outwards, and the cackling of purple and pink lightning kind of sprouts from it and traces around. You only need to step in to my being.
Give me. And he steps in.
So as you step in, kind of go through, and then you feel as if you're free falling. You're kind of wrapped in a cocoon of purple and pink sprouting energy. And as you come from your trance, your eyes, similar to the fashion, kind of courses through your body for a brief moment. And then you're brought back in space around. Matriarch looks towards you. You have accepted something that is yours and yours alone. We will welcome you with open arms when the time has come.
There will be something left to come back to. Succeed in our task.
Bro, what did you do? We saw the purple pink lightning shit on his face, right? Like,
Yep. Of course, through the body, the skin like tingles.
I believe it's time we start fighting fire with fire, as it were.
What are we waiting for?
Should we start calling you Damodar Jr.?
I think it's time for us to move on, right?
Up to you. I have satisfied my questions, although there were not many answers to be had. I suspect the power here comes from something very similar to what Damodar has found, but I do not think it is the same. Nothing from the Devourer is ever offered freely. It seeks to consume. I still don't understand how Damodar has managed to bargain with it.
I can't think of anything else I should ask.
You are more than welcome to stay and rest. And to outstretch the hands as they do. Fruiting flowers begin to form, and from those fruiting flowers, fruits. Different sorts of a variety of things they begin to kind of funnel through in many different places and whatnot. You may pick and eat at your heart's delight, and you may let rest your head for as long as you need. I will leave you, but there are two of you that are connected to the water, and you may continue to speak or call to me if you wish. Unless you all would like to leave now. I can make that happen as well.
Had we been traveling for a while beforehand? Are we at the point where we could take a rest?
I mean, you feel, in a way, kind of tired, but you're not tired. You're not entirely there, right? So it has not been a number of hours equivalent to a day, right? Since you had rested prior.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my thought. I'll turn to the group. We won't have another opportunity to rest in a safe place like this probably again. So we should take advantage of it.
I am already eating fruit.
He's high, he's eating the magic fruit, he's just
Yeah.
on it.
Okay. So you're eating the fruit.
I suppose we should rest then.
I will also eat the fruit. Tired of fish.
Thanos will purposely eat the fish or the game that he caught on the way. Either one.
Rattlesnake,
fruit.
rattlesnake sausages.
Yeah, not the fruit from the magical fairy people that tried to stab him with pixie swords.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's fair. Makes sense. Okay. So it sounds like you're all resting.
Yeah.
Okay. So at
Yeah,
that point,
I
the
think so.
matriarch takes his staff and puts it at the center, and then lowers the head, and flower kind of blooms underneath them and encroaches them, and they are not there as it unfurls itself and moves back into the space.
Until
Maybe
it's
you
time
all
to
know.
take a long rest, I'm gonna try to finish that spell,
Okay.
and then I'll take a long rest after that.
Okay. Sounds good. Definitely going to be able to do that, so you can add divination into your spell list. That'll be the end of the force. A total of 8, I think, is what you needed for 4th
Yep.
level divination. So you're able to accomplish that. Is anybody else doing anything?
Resting and thinking.
Resting and thinking.
Yeah, I was gonna say what I want to do. I'm not gonna do here. So
Kill pixies.
no, I wanted
Sounds
to tell
good.
Orzavus I was coming and threaten him because you know
maybe
that's
don't do
Thanos.
that here.
Yeah, not the place to do that.
All right. So we'll just go ahead. If there's anything in particular you would like to do here, you're all kind of bedding down and finding your space, eating to your, again, you can eat food and reach your own stuff, and you're all able to take a long rest at this point. So you can do that if you'd like.
Deegan takes out his coin and kisses it. Oh, I'm fucking joking.
That
Hey,
would
this
be
thing has the same power as you.
Hey, are you looking
Do you
for these
know
guys?
each other?
So at that point, right, you fully rested. You're maybe eating your morning rations or the fruits that are still upon here. For those who drink the water, you're kind of losing that connection. So it might be, it's not a permanent thing. There's a temporary thing about it. So you're losing your connection at that point. It's been dwindling to kind of the hive mind here. And then the matriarch kind of furls itself right from a flower that blooms and kind of undoes. And the matriarch kind of stands there. I will take you now back to the altar of flowers, where you may continue your journey. Good
Thank
luck.
you for taking us in.
You are most welcome, chosen ones, and good luck with your quest. You may return for safe refuge whenever you would like. Reaches out the hand, kind of moves. Flowers begin to bloom underneath you, right? Circle around, and you all are teleported back to the altar of flowers. Not inside the rock, you're on the outside, so each of you independently kind of come outwards, and then the
Wow.
petals unfurl and fall back down into space.
Oh, that was crazy.
Nothing is ever simple with us, is it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I hope that I have not struck a bargain that I cannot uphold.
What did you offer it?
Well, it's not so much a choice. Taking something means that you are bound to return and live out your life and let the tree reclaim your body upon your death. Of a sort, or your spirit. It's complicated. You are bound to that place. I have been bound to many places, and yet that seems to continuously change. I have no idea what is meant for me after this, or if there will be a me or any of us after this.
I just
That is
couldn't
a-
think- Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that's a curious bargain, given that they don't age when they live out their life there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's necessarily a death issue or just that if you stay there, you are feeding the tree in some way. So I am curious what happens. I suppose if you die, your spirit gets pulled there.
You'll find out whose power is is greater. It's or Helm's.
Or if he even cares anymore.
Just so
Or-
afraid to make a
This is a
connection.
daddy issues thing. Okay.
Right.
This whole half this party has daddy issues.
Daddy.
I'm too afraid to make connections like that because I keep fearing that I won't go home, and that's really all I want.
Oh.
I can't turn away from this, knowing that there are people in danger if I don't do anything.
And at some point, there would be no home to go home to if you don't stop what is coming.
That's also true.
Let us just hope that it was worth the bargain.
Tegan, are those your blades?
Oh
Why are
yeah.
Why are your pants by the altar?
So, Tegan, as you make way over to your belt with your swords and things, you now are observing that grass has actually slightly overgrown them. Still in
It was nice of
daylight.
you to make an offering to the altar like that.
I'm just gonna walk by and say, "Listen, I'm just here for my stuff. Don't want to disturb anything. You guys are great. Respect everything. Grab my shit, and then I just walk away."
Okay.
Where to next? To the tower? To the frog of people?
I'd say probably the frog people.
I
But
thought that as well.
that was what what's her face in the town was talking about with the matriarch, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I have
But
a
then
weird.
someone said something about a king, right? The king.
Yeah. Yeah.
The king is the
from-
frog people.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
frog.
And he might have one, or did I mishear that when you guys were telling me about
No,
that?
I
was
just
More of an
speculated that.
assumption.
Yeah, I
because they like
speculated
shiny
that.
things.
That he might have one.
Well, it is on the way. We also just learned that there are the Ivrai to the west, which may turn out to be allies against whomever and everyone.
Regardless, I
Right.
do want to kill the king, because why wouldn't you kill the king?
I
No.
feel like
Why
Why would you
y'all-
kill the king?
Why
They're
do you want to
non-combatants.
kill?
I
The
thought the
frog
grog
people
were like,
are.
oh,
They are
they're
not hostile.
oh,
They are literally, they just want shiny things. You do not kill the frog people.
says the
Oh,
guy who
That's
killed
So-
rich coming from you.
But you'll kill the
I did not
pixies,
kill
huh?
the frog people. I
You
did kill
killed the pixies.
I did kill the sprites.
so you'll kill the innocent little bug people, but you don't want to kill the frogs.
Okay, those little bastards are anything but innocent.
Yeah, that is true.
Those little
They were
bastards
deceitful.
flew at me with sharp swords. The frog people just want shiny things.
The swords were like this big.
But are you not interested what happens if we give them the shiniest of things?
Zeph
What?
bought a bag of gems to give to
Oh,
them.
yes.
Yeah, specifically, he brought a bag of gems.
So it's settled. We're going to not kill the king, but we are going to meet the king.
I
I
mean,
think so. Yeah.
if he provides reason to kill him, sure. I doubt that.
I can speak to the frog people in their native tongue, and we have shiny things.
I can speak to them, not in their native tongue and only for a little bit, but I can speak to them.
I can speak to them in common, and they won't understand it, but I can speak to them.
Oh,
That
I'm
is
sorry. They'll
probably
understand
true.
me.
All
but
right.
you won't understand them, so I will still have to translate for you.
No, I can understand them.
Can you?
You have the
Think so.
comprehend languages spell.
No, he's just a mouth.
Hold on, let me look at my features tab.
As
right.
a fellow Bard of Eloquence player, you can make anyone understand you, but you cannot understand them with the.
Thanos, you hear a voice from behind you on the rock.
Hello?
Hello? I'm gonna
like-
kind of like aim my crossbow up.
To be a wood elf female, pale to long yellow hair, green eyes, fair complexion, subtle features, wears a hide, twig leaf, and fern bodysuit that is formed to fit. Matching gloves, reinforced with thorns, and a staff from a single branch with an woven vine sits on the back.
Hello.
Oh, I don't mean you any harm.
I'm sorry, things around here tend to try to kill us. Who are you?
But
Sits on the
you
rock
specifically.
crisscrossed and sets the staff down from the back across the legs.
My name's Trisha.
Mm.
I
Look,
believe we met your
Oh,
boyfriend.
it's the halfling's girlfriend.
Oh, Ruben.
yes.
Ruben, okay?
Yes.
I suppose.
How do you
Last
know
time we
Ruben?
saw him.
He was heading back to Fort Farron.
Oh, that's good. Or Norfolk.
Yes, that was
Sounded
awful.
not farewell.
It's people. It's very, very sad. I was trying to get the Salinar to do some stuff about it, but they stuck in their ways.
They seem very content to live their life in isolation.
Anyways, sorry, I don't mean to cause problems. I saw that you made way into the grove, and well, was hoping could join you wherever you went.
We do mean to fight a dragon. Is that something you're up to?
Oh, fight a dragon? I mean, I really didn't know what you all were up to. I just saw that you kind of came into the grove and fought with some of the creatures, and then, well, you went in there. And
What were you gonna ask them to do?
what do you mean?
You said you went in. You were going to go in to ask them to help with the people of Norfolk. What were you going to ask them specifically to do?
I was just gonna say that we need to fight the undead and save the people of Norfolk.
Do you know where they are?
Not now. It's been a long time.
No.
Time doesn't work the same way as it does outside. Not even in the Grove. The Grove is much different. In fact, if I
Trisha.
counted the moons, it's been 10 moons.
Wait, so you saw 10 moons out here?
No,
Time
not
already
in here.
moves weird. Oh, okay.
10 moons it would be for you.
We were gone for a week and a half. Jesus Christ. I'm over it. So-
Trisha,
We're running up that tab, man.
What's up?
do you know where we can find more stones like this? And I'll pull out the black stone.
Looks really familiar.
Yeah, the matriarch had one. She lent it
Uh-huh.
to me.
In Varys's mind, he hears, if she is of the Salinar and wanted to speak to them or us, why did she not simply go through the stone? She has waited outside their portal this entire time.
So she's not true of heart.
Where do you think you would have found another one?
Well, I interact with many people in the marsh. I am Salinar, so but not really anymore. I kind of just do my own thing. I really want to explore the world. That's why I talk to Ruben so much, but really afraid. A lot of things, but trying to find the strength. I think I've seen that with the Bullywugs. King Muck likes a lot of shiny things.
The King, yes, of course.
Ah ha ha!
King Muck collects
Yeah.
a lot of Thixian things. It's very
Well,
impressive.
we planned on heading there if you.
Oh, really? Can I come?
Sure.
Don't slow us down.
What does that mean?
It's just a thing people who aren't nice say.
You don't need to be so
Okay.
rude.
He doesn't, but he chooses to be anyway.
In Thanos' mind, watch her like a hawk.
Oh, trust
Or a
me.
bat.
And who are you to speak? Aren't you the slaver? That's what I hear the Fey folks saying. Slaver.
Reformed.
I was. I am not any longer. A wood elf gave me a gift that freed me from that.
He's just
Oh.
working through residual daddy issues.
Gave you a
Oh, I
favor
have
and
no
you're
daddy
working through it.
issues.
What happened to the ranger?
They joined the undead horde.
Yeah. I don't know if you'd be slowing you down. Seems like this one's going to slow you down, take you somewhere that you all don't want to go. That's fine. I really want to join you, though. You will have me. I'm a little bit competent. I fought some of the undead. You know, I know my way around the marsh, too. It's okay if you don't want me. I understand.
In Maldor's head, I'll ask him yes or no. Should she come?
I find it is best to keep questions close but observed. I would rather have her where I can see her. I suspect she would follow us anyway.
When he
I have
says
a
that,
question. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think you can come along.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Well, you all ready to head out?
I think Thanos had a question for you.
Slides
Before
up
we
the
go.
rock.
You said you were Salinar. Does that mean you use the same type of nature magic?
Well, I'm born with magic. I've been taught to use it sometimes. Not really for combat, anyways. Fighting undead. I've tried. Sometimes it gets pretty potent, but I haven't taken any of the rites. That's what you mean. I don't know how much you know about Salinar culture, so I'm a bit young.
Are you
Well,
bound
why don't you-
to tell us?
No, I haven't taken my rights. No, I'm not bound. In your time, age-wise, that's a hard one. I think I'm like 40 something, but I'm a lot older here than I am out there. That's what Ruben would say.
Right.
Okay.
We should probably
Well,
get
if
on
you-
our way then. Unless some. Sorry.
Okay, let's get going. Begins to walk off.
We could just walk and talk.
Let's go. Disappears off map. Just walking to the west.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Thanos.
Nope, you're good. I'll follow her.
And I'll just like look over to Maldor and basically just do the eyes on her thing where he's like,
We are in a place where nothing is what it seems, and we have been told that even the dragon is not merely a dragon.
yeah.
Oh, we already knew the dragon wasn't a dragon. It is a descendant of Orisovus, not a spawn of Orisovus.
We should probably get going.
Yep, I'm just gonna follow her.
To the
Later.
west.
Okay.
We'll do
Don't
the
need to
same.
Don't need to move your tokens, so let's just activate the wilderness map here. Bring this off of that. So, as we get further into the marshes, the transition away from the trees and the covering is now turning into intense tall grass and a lack or a void of trees. The waterways are also getting thick and bog like, and you're having to kind of waste through. You reach a period where you are in need of rest, where you have traveled enough distance where you need to pause or press on with exhaustion. The issue here is at this point, Tricia's kind of working through, is that there's not a lot of dry land to interact with. Upon you almost getting fatigued, it becomes apparent that Tricia does not get fatigued at all. They continue to move faster and faster, where some of you heavily armored ones are kind of slogging behind. Then you lose sight of Tricia. As you continue to press and feel the need to rest, Tricia's outside of eyeshot, earshot as well. The fog continues to roll around. What do you do?
We need to stop.
Why don't you all set up camp at whatever lowest point you can find? Well, I guess highest point, driest point.
Maybe can Herbert set up a camp to where you can be on top of the water?
I do not think that is best for, again, the same purpose.
It's too obvious.
Yes.
Well, let's try to find the best spot to camp then.
There are trees around us, correct?
There's not trees around you. In fact, I'm going to bring you
There's
to
not.
a map to really showcase what is around.
Okay.
Oh, there's a map for it.
Oh.
The game is super struggling right now. Refresh.
This is quite fascinating.
Are these crop circles?
Put the fucking pipe away.
So
Stop.
you're wading through tall grass. I mean, you can't really see a whole lot of things, right? You can't see, and you're in the grass, right? And you're trying to find what it is that would be equivalent to dry land, right? Now, you're wading through water at times and get waist deep. It can get to the boots, right? And overall, it's a bog. Like you're in the heart of it at this point. You then stop, right? You're discussing this and trying to figure out if we need, do we rest? Do we not? Do we pop out Herbert? Like, what do we do? And then in the grass, kind of wading towards you, appears to be Tricia. Just kind of begins to walk in your direction. They vocalize outwards, being able to hover over as a friendly token, saying some of the things they can offer. What's going on? What's the matter?
We are quite tired and need to rest.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just one more day over to we meet the frogs, bullywogs. Are sure you can't just press on?
No, we have people in heavy armor, and it won't be good for us.
If you are to be beset by an enemy unawares, it is best that you be rested and prepared to deal with it.
Suppose, but you know what happens at night, right?
Well, what happens at night?
The howler hunts. You don't want to be caught out here during the night when it's dark.
Howler.
Do I know what the howler is?
I think you might have an idea of it, but you do not as a backstory wise.
Okay.
Is it evil?
Of course. It freezes the
Doesn't sound
ground. It's
cuddly.
cold around. Invisible. You can't see it. It hunts.
She means that fucking bat.
Well, then let's
Oh, it's
kill
your
it.
friend. Don't you owe it some recompense?
Let's kill it.
There's been
Don't
many a
let it take-
Salinar that has been killed by it. I haven't seen it myself, but I don't believe it can be killed. Not in the traditional sense, anyways. If we press on, we might be able to find refuge with the frogs.
I think we could make it before dark.
We can try. There's a spot I usually meet them. We might be able to ride on their toads.
All right.
If we don't make it before dark, I can turn into a bat and listen for its shrieks to know when it's, quote unquote around.
I
However,
mean, you tangled with the thing. How formidable do you think it is alone?
formidable enough that we should probably press on. However, if
Frankly,
it gets
I'm
too
more worried
much,
about it kidnapping you again.
that's fair.
I
Is
mean,
it undead, do you think?
even if the Howler hunts us,
Listen,
it still
Guys,
can't get inside.
we don't have time to sit here and debate for a really long time.
But
we
it
need
can't
to
get
make a
inside the
decision.
tiny hut, right?
Let's kill it.
What are you going to put
Well,
the tiny
maybe
hut
not.
on?
The issue is, I assume, based on the way time has been flowing. Once it becomes dark, it is going to be dark for a very long time.
It becomes dark for 3 days of your time.
Yeah, we need to go.
Shit. Alright. I'm with majority, so whatever. I'm down for either one.
I don't really feel like we have a choice here. I think we need to go.
All right, then we press on. It's to walk away.
In Thanos' head, she may very well be leading us into a trap.
She may very well be the bat.
Dude.
Okay. So, pressing on, begin to advance. You're reaching at the edge of where a river is, or a tributary to the Fern River. You can hear the sounds of that flowing water. Don't need to move your tokens. We're going to drag you all onto a scene here. Give me 1 second. Gotta remember Zeph isn't with us.
I never want to kill that bat.
Putting us onto a new scene, you see as Trisha continues to lead, pressing forward to kind of an opening of sorts, with grass kind of surrounding it slightly upland. And this is really the first piece of land where you haven't been in a serious muck. And you are now in a almost like it's getting dark, right? But it's slowly getting to that point. So there's a long drawn out as the sun is kind of setting. You all are befell by exhaustion levels of 1, but you are still in the daylight, which is helpful. Trisha then gets onto the piece of land, which is slightly raised, the grass kind of encroaching, moving around. The stream or the sounds of rushing water comes from the western side through the grass. Kneels down a little bit. Come on! Quickly.
Eyes peeled.
I think that we should set up camp here.
We're at the edge of the Mukluk, their territory. Should be around here. Bundles through the bodysuit. pulls out a gold coin. It's out the gold coin. Sounds of frog calling, splashes of water begin to emerge. They're gonna want an offering. Do you have any things that are shiny, like the coin I have?
Zuff.
Well, not the whole caboodle.
Yeah,
Maldor will pull out a steel mirror. And he's actually going to cast light on it to make it extra fucking shiny.
You're gonna cast the light?
On the mirror, yeah, and then hold it out.
Since the signet ring I had before is ruined because the gem is gone, I'll pull the signet ring off and I'll offer that.
I will pull out a gold piece, spit on it, wipe it on my sleeve, and then hold it up. As if kind of cleaning it and shining it.
One of the frog creatures emerges, hopping out, land, spear, raised. Creature also has kind of leathers and hide of lizard folk around their body. They are small sized medium, so they're still medium, but they're smaller size, kind of crouched down. Themselves. Large beady eyes. Begins to croak and ribbit in frog speech.
Shiny. Whoa. Too bright. Bright shiny.
Maldor, turn off the shiny. It's too bright for their eyes.
That's very particular about the level of shininess that they want.
Shiny.
We seek
Begins
passage,
shiny,
I'll
shiny,
say.
shiny, shiny, shiny. Begins to repeat. Easily 60 shiny croaks go all at once. Riddled all around you, the grass.
I cast shatter. Oh,
You speak frog as well?
I do.
Okay. Right. Gotta be careful. Takes the coin, just sets it down right in front of the feet in the grass. Sees the frog creature slowly. Starts to hop up towards the coin. Eats the mouth again, stashes it within a pouch within its mouth.
I will put my coin down at its feet.
I will also walk up and put my ring down.
Yeah, and toss the mirror.
To take it, stashing within the pouch of its mouth, now large and grotesque, falling downwards.
Shine. 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 Shine.
They begin to chant over and over and over again frog speech as the croaks themselves, the shrouds of the grass begins to move in the direction of the river. Frog disappears, hobbling into the water. Trisha begins to move to follow.
We should go.
Is that an offering, or did we just get robbed?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Wading through the grass, Eventually, you hear the sounds of hundreds of splashing into the water, just over and over and over again. Shh, 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 shh. As you come to the edge, you see emerging large toads. Other creatures, frogs, poke their heads out. As they all look up at you through the fog, you can easily see nearly 1,000 of frog creatures combined with toads all looking. You see as they begin to speak in frog speech to the toads. Some of the toads at the front begin to turn their bodies. So they nestle themselves into the mud, making little bridges for you to walk and climb on. As Trisha slowly climbs onto one.
As I get on the toad, I'm gonna cast comprehend languages so I can understand them.
Okay.
They have one word in the vocabulary. Good luck.
King, 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 king. They begin to over and over and over again. It's toads begin to swim upon the surface. Others, they dive into the water.
What a day.
What a day indeed. What a day indeed. So,
Not every day.
as far as your tokens are concerned, and this next map, I'm going to place you on where they are going to take you, and then I will describe your journey to you. Okay? So I need to get Trisha down. Trisha's joined us here.
Trisha.
Okay. So, as we are navigating on the waterway, the Mukluk territory is all submerged in water. Okay? As you begin to move, you notice that there are small structures of wooden bramble huts, straw, leaves of dried fern, and other sorts of materials. They are essentially poking out of the water like a little bit at times. There are other areas now with patches of grass come up from maybe the bottom of this large swamp, and they begin to grow out. Again, there is no trees, so this is kind of carrying over. The trees maybe fallen into the mud, or they're just moved, right? They're not growing. So there is not a whole lot of light either in this space from these huts. There's nothing really drawing to you as the night falls. And as the night is falling, we go into complete darkness. This large journey. You all begin to fall into more further exhaustion from not resting. And you hear hundreds upon hundreds of splashes from creatures that would otherwise be above the grasses or in the huts as they begin to hide. Toads picking up their pace, moving faster. They all are very much aware of what night brings. So as we come to the place of this village, and as it begins to form around a central structure, you do not perceive anything or anyone up until the point that the toads unload you at the central structure, which I will now activate in scene. The central dwelling sits on a mud pile about 2 feet above the water level. Inside, wooden logs support a 10-foot ceiling height. Braided vine rope suspends, about giving anchoring points to the hide and mushroom-covered roof. Hooks dangle from them, supporting a great many fish. Around the wooden logs are rounded planked tables. Bullywugs sit in chairs, drinking around them, observing at all times the front entrance, the only entrance. 2 large wooden tubs filled with clean and immaculate water sit on either side of a plush white silk and cotton chair with golden leafed accents. Underneath the chair are piles of gold and treasure. Unpaused, Trisha slowly walks into the mud.
In Tegan's mind, I'm gonna tell him, hey, you need to convince the king to trade us the black gemstone for this bag of gems, and I'll hand him the bag of gems. And then I'll go to enter.
Try to bargain with the frog person. Got it.
The croaking slightly ceases.
With disadvantage, though.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be really hard when you don't speak their language.
Well, he does, right?
You observe as you come in, the frogs around the tables watching and eyeing. They stare. And a 2.5-foot taller bullywug sitting on the plush chair in riches, wearing a piece of lizard hide armor over an obscenely large belly and frame. The large eyes are slightly beady, the lids are half closed.
Thank God you said belly.
Wearing many trinkets of bone dangling about a vine belt. They hold a crooked and ashen lizard hide coated spear staff. Upon the head is a crown of silver spoons and golden forks. Around the neck is a wooden amulet with an odd black gemstone etched into it. They stand up. Bog!
Bog. Bog indeed.
And I'll bow for him.
Yeah, I'll take a knee.
Trisha slowly begins to fill the space, coming closer, but not too close.
In addition to the amulet, if you could convince them to lend us their forces against the undead, that could be useful. Amulet.
You see. Yeah. One of the frogs, exact same one that you provided your trinkets before, emerged from underneath the mud, poking its head out as it does, and loads the contents into the treasure pile, and then shuffles itself back into the mud, disappearing out of sight. Buck, love shiny. Shiny. Buck.
Waiting for anything anything to be said. Tegan will step up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go.
And he'll clear his throat. And I'll use my universal speech and say, Great King, I say, I have come with one mission, to bring you more shiny. Now, I have access to many a shiny things, and all I ask in return is payment of one of yours in particular. What say you, King?
I have comprehend languages, so
ushering you to come forward.
I will grab the bag of gems and put it in my pocket and walk up to the king.
King slowly continues to lower themselves back down to the seat, almost crushing it for the obscene weight. Waits for you to come right up next to them.
I will do so.
To come up right up next to them. They unload their large tongue as it unloads. King Muck licks you.
No.
I cringed so hard with the biggest smile on my face, just trying to stay in character.
Yes, yes. I have to roll with the customs.
Fuck. Mm.
Map was wrong. It's Muck Lick.
Muck Lick.
Raises the hand to accept what you have to offer.
I will go ahead and open the bag and untie the knot and let the gems fall into his hand.
Opens the
frog
mouth,
people.
puts it into the pouch, and then begins to pull downwards. The tongue shoots into the treasure piles, sucks up. Interesting looking comb. Oh.
Man, I know we
King.
wanted the amulet, but there's a comb.
Actually, this offering was for your amulet, the stone that resides your amulet.
Mark! Frog people begin to look. Holding the spears, grabbing from the sides.
King, I do have another part to this gracious offer. Are you familiar with the dragon called Grugash?
Mark.
As many people of not only this land, but lands close to it, I imagine Grugash causes terror throughout your land. If we are given this stone, we will be able to slay Grugash and make sure that he never terrorizes your people again.
Comb still in hand. Mark.
I don't think this is going well.
Tegan,
I'll take the comb.
Shorter, singular words, ideas, concepts.
Friend. Mark. Shiny. Ooh.
So we get stone, then kill dragon.
Clutches the amulet. Mark. Shiny. Pulls it to themselves.
Perhaps convey that we mean to borrow it. That's what the agreement we made with the druids. Why not with the frog?
Oh God!
Oh,
Didn't you guys already try
there's something
to
I wanna
split
do
one
so
of these
badly right now.
stones?
Yeah,
Listen. I'd rather, out of character, I'd rather make the enemy of a bunch of fucking frog people in the middle of a swamp that we're never gonna come back to than powerful elf people backed by some fucking entity. So
How-
let me just figure this out.
How
Kill the elves.
how chaotic do you want me to be? How chaotic can I be?
Frogs begin
I
to
look
dive
at the
into
king
run.
and I say,
Can I
King,
go full chaos?
No.
if you allow me to take that stone, I will come back with a stone exactly the same as that, but
Ignoring a series of clicks and sounds begin to emerge as the frogs dive into the mud, including the king. Shuffles them in,
Think
disappearing.
What did you say?
The fuck, bat.
I thought it didn't come here. Wasn't that the whole point of coming here?
No,
What?
I would like.
it's refuge. It shouldn't be here, though. It doesn't hunt frogs.
No, it hunts me.
But hunt him.
This is gonna
And
go
now we're
great.
exhausted. I told you it's a fucking trap.
This isn't her. This isn't because of her. Why are you automatically blaming her?
It's not her.
Or
Still
is
a
it?
It
trap.
was a. I mean.
Or
could
is
be
it?
her.
What?
Playing both sides. All right.
God damn it.
Then we kill the damn bats and we demand the gem as payment and we'd be on our way.
Let's do it.
I have an idea about the gem, but it's too late now.
Varys, in your infinite wisdom, do you know of a creature that you could turn one of us into that has the ability to sense that which it cannot see?
Hold up. Polymorph list. A practical guide to polymorph.
You all
Polymorph
hear
for dummies.
the roof shake just a little bit. Sounds of
Suppose if we're
clicking
going to
emerge
fight.
from the roof.
We likely have to be outside to fight the bat.
Fisher moves and just kind of hunkers down a little bit, staff raised.
I'm gonna
S-
divine.
Telepathically reaches to you, Thanos.
Spawn of Orsavis. You return.
You have come for me again, huh? How are those arrows feeling?
Oh, they are nothing more to me than a tickle. Born of shadow and born of light, I am birthed from the darkness, and you will return. Your master calls home.
I serve no master, those days are over.
Space begins to become cold. Breath is seen. The water begins to freeze.
Varys, any day now.
I can only turn you into a bat.
Die slow.
I will
painful
cast
death.
see invisibility on myself.
Okay, so you're
He's
throwing
likely
on
on the roof.
see invisibility?
Yeah.
Okay. Create a temporary effect for that.
Hey,
Second.
Maldor,
Hmm.
that psychic link.
Done.
Suggest you form it. Okay. I'm going to step outside into the dark.
So as you step outside into the dark, you're standing there. Varys, for a brief moment, you can see something move, kind of flying, just in the distance. Add a detection mode.
Lucar, did you say you divine sensed? Did you get something? I missed that.
Yeah, I was going to.
I just didn't know if you actually found anything out.
So you're using your divine sense.
Yeah.
You feel the presence for a moment of an undead above on the ceiling height. It only lasts for 1 round, so it's not very long. You can kind of feel it moving, and then eventually it departs. Similar in fashion to Varys observing something fly over by the entrance. Again, though, your vision is impeded by darkness. Just because you can see invisibility, Varys, doesn't mean you have light to be able to see the creature. It's still dark. And as you
Can I cast light on myself?
You want to cast light
On
on
Thanos.
yourself?
Or on the ground in front of us, I guess is a better way
You
to
can't
do that.
cast it on ground. You have to cast it on an object or a person.
What do I have on me?
I don't know what.
Well, I
Are
want
we?
mul- I
Are we
want
fighting it
multiple
out here?
sources
Wouldn't
of
we rather
light,
be in the
so
building?
I'll cast it on Lucar.
I suspect it would just try and crush the building on top of us.
The creature is magic, and as she warned, it has powers, and being trapped inside of a small building is likely not the best place.
Let's filter out.
I'm a crystal dragonborn, so casting light on me probably makes it like very extra.
It's like a
That's-
disco ball.
That was the idea.
Yeah,
Just
Literally a
Turns
That
you into a
Maldor-
rainbow.
that Maldor could cast it on himself, and then I cast it on you.
I don't need it.
So,
Yeah, but I would
Varys,
still like you to do it.
with your see
Oh.
invisibility, upon stretching through, you can see something in the ethereal plane emerge from your vision. But again, it's too difficult to observe with your basic vision. It's just the light being aided by Lucar that's allowing you that. It does,
Uh-
clutching itself and looking, then begins to fly.
I'll just point my finger at to wherever I can see it move until it leaves my vision.
I will shoot in that direction.
Maldor, can you add some more light to this party?
Well, if you can show Zeph where it is, perhaps he could use some of his magic to reveal it.
I'll divine sense again, and if I sense it, I want to cast command on it.
Okay. Your divine sense, as you kind of reach out to throw your divine sense to understand presence, you have to understand that command is not just sensing its presence, and then again, that detection of what you're perceiving. Because command has to be done to a creature you can see within range, not what you can sense. So there's a difference between both of those interpretations. So you're getting obviously lights coming out, but you can't see the creature because it's invisible. So even though you sense it, you can't see it. You just know in general vicinity of where the creature might lie. So it helps you in maybe some of your understanding of unholy ground and kind of places that undead might lurk, right? That's really truly what divine sense is for. It's not really a perception tactic, but more of general, if you're understanding where maybe undead are arising from or something similar to that.
Yeah,
Still
Hunter's
aiding-
Mark's the same way, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. You have to see. So it's aiding you in the direction, but the creature is honestly based on what you're sensing now, and from Varys seeing it for a brief moment with their see invisibility, is that the creature is flying obscenely fast in the air, kind of around, and then eventually it leaves your range of divine sense. You don't detect it anymore. Your bolt, Thanos, is fired where Varys is pointing into the darkness. It doesn't seem to land on anything. You fire it off and you're left outside for a moment with your light. Zaf, as far as the character is concerned, can't do much in their spells. They don't have anything here beyond see invisibility that can aid them in seeing the creature with their dark vision, which is obscenely large, right? So Zaf...
Did he do that thing where he...
Yeah, no. So Zeph is going to use their kind of enabling to increase all of your dark vision here, and then use see invisibility upon themselves as well.
Okay.
And simply responds, the creature is not within sight on looking around. But Zeph cannot see the creature. The cold of the space has left. Water is unfrozen. Frogs still remain hidden.
I just come to say hi.
Seems Orsivus really wants me back.
They take no for an answer, does he?
Don't know when the frogs will come back. We should probably set up a tiny hut. Anything short of a disintegration ray we should be safe in there.
Don't you have the rope trick thing?
I do, but that
Oh,
only
lasts
lasts
an
an hour.
Oh.
So you kind of funnel back into the hut, throwing out your tiny hut, getting some safety and sanctuary. Trisha is there, didn't really climb outside, was just kind of watching a little bit to see when the time is right. And of course, we have light on light on light with fog, creating absolutely can't see anything. So that's always good. But as we're going to go ahead and kind of close out the session, very interesting to see you all very quick to react, to kill the thing, be able to see. But this creature was not in the sense of harming or attacking you all. Really, to
No, but it doesn't mean to take me back.
send a message. So, or you're able to really react, this creature moves enough in its speed at night to be able to leave before you can react based on them stating. So, and the encounter, as you almost end, right, and find yourselves in the kind of the safety, perhaps some of you maybe think that this creature could believe that you all could harm it, right? That it could die if it was to face you all. There's nothing that it did that would suggest otherwise. So, it's unclear. We've traveled a great distance in the marshes. We've been to 2 places thus far. We're going to end the session here at this place. And come back next week and see what happens.
Ooh.
More intense frog negotiations.
More intense
Yeah.
frog negotiations, for sure. I will state for the map wise, I was letting Tegan, you kind of went out there, but that's technically like you're swimming in water.
He's underwater right now.
Yeah,
Just
I was a
FYI.
little. No, I was a little warm.
you,
I just wanted to cool off a little bit.
you went for a swim.
You,
So
you were warm in the frozen hut.
yeah. Again, I wasn't trying to trigger any combat at the end there of the session. It was really for role play and things. We all were
Actually,
very much wanted to kill this thing. Very much wanted to kill this thing. So
I thought it was coming for our ass.
No,
Honestly.
no.
Yeah, I legitimately thought it was going to come inside and abduct me again. I was like, oh, here we go.
it would have probably tried, if you were in the darkness alone. Yeah, outside in the marshes. Yeah, but this is a pretty small structure. Did you hear what I described? How tall this thing is?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
10 feet
what?
tall. It's 10 feet tall at the apex of the dome. So like,
Yeah.
I mean, this thing was large. So like, it probably can't even get near.
Yeah.
Hence why I said don't leave.
Everyone was like, "Finally got, fuck you, man! Get up!"
Like,
Zap,
like,
Where's Zap?
last
Where's
time
Zap?
Thanos
Zap,
told us
Zap, hit us
there-
up!
There was an invisible bat.
Zeph,
shooting
hit
at
us with the dark vision,
sideways.
Zeph.
My darkness saves me again. God.
Yeah.
I love it.
Haldor's just trying not to lose his blacksmith.
That's so good.
Might need repairs.
Exactly.
That was awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and calculate experience.
All that fat
We did a
pixie
lot
XP.
this session. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, we did kill a lot of pixies. It's a lot of XP, you know?
Yeah, that's a ton of XP.
Yeah, 1
Oh.
XP each.
All that 2 health pixie killing.
That got brought back to life anyway.
I do have to. That was pretty sick though. Like just like raining yourself was hilarious.
Literally just
Yeah.
shoots it up in the air and lets it come back down. He's like he lawn darted the pixies.
I get no force, it just shoots straight up. Oh, did Varys just delete their own token?
Probably.
Oh, yep, he muted and his mute button's delete. Rip.
Rest in peace.
Well,
That's
lost
what you
in the
get for
swamps
using a
forever.
delete as your mute button.
All right, so we have 980 experience each, which we had 37,263 experience total. We spent most of the session actually moving through the marshes, and then we did have a few points of role play and things, and then we had that little bit of combat. Yes, the sprites are completely worthless in terms of their experience points, so that was not adding much to the punch. But yeah,
So what you're
that's
saying
something.
is I should have killed the tree. Got it.
I mean, honestly, that what I should have done is just reduced all your experience for that, killing innocent Fae.
We're
But
gonna be
since,
level 8 forever.
but since it was in character, it made total sense. I was with you. I was like, okay, yeah, Thanos killing sprites. This makes a lot of sense. So I was
Old habits.
yeah, all back at old habits. I was right along with you. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Ill fate, everyone. Yeah. Going through the marshes. Yeah, awesome. And fearless
Let's go.
as well. It's always a good sign. And we'll be back hopefully next week for our next session. So join us then, and we will see you. So thank you. Bye.
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 Dude, you were like,